So I'm late. Fortunate boy has work 9 to 5. 9 to 8. Flying line from Baldur's 3. Oh, at least 4 hours of work. Let's see what we get done. For no thumbnail just because the time is fucked up on it. Oh, events tab was automatically added. Okay. Gonna be playing solo for Baldur's 3. So come as we sort out the war bard. Oh, hey there, Bet. Welcome in. Thank you for the coolant. Hopefully everyone's doing okay. Apologies on being late. I just recently got off my work computer, so that's always fun. But what are y'all up to? You enjoying your Friday night? Hopefully ready to party and not have Sonic sneer at you because you're alone and eating your own chili dog. Yeah, I've just got some basic tunage on for now. Baldur's Gate 3 kind of has an issue where if you click out of the window, it mutes itself. So that's not helpful. Also, please don't tell me Baldur's Gate needs to update. Baldur's Gate needs to update, for fuck's sakes. Ugh. Big patch came out today. And of course, it's the day that I was too busy with work. This is going to take 20 minutes to actually download for me. Eh. Patch 3, it brings the best change, being able to re-edit your character appearance. That's pretty good, at least. Character appearance is kind of the main thing people would want to worry about. Because I know before I had to restart a playthrough because I had accidentally given somebody a male voice when they were a female character. You're heading out already, Omega? Or is that a joke about the download time? I'm gonna need something to do for 20 minutes anyways. Ugh. I don't complete sometime before noon. Oh, no, for my side, it is literally just like 15, 20 minutes. So I guess we're not starting with that. What can I do in the... Guess we can do that. That game's always available. Must have a 56K modem. Oh no, I just live in Canada and my internet's not complete garbage. Interesting. Why is there no volume? Because I muted it. Yeah, that would do it. Alrighty, well, we got 20 minutes. May as well use that productively. And that's set up. Okay. Let's see, do I remember how to play this? Alright, now who did we want to work on? Why don't we just do Crony? I'm half doing them in order, so... that should be fine. Idle Showdown. If Idle Showdown actually has the amount of characters in it that Hollow Cure ends up getting, then I'll be surprised, to say the least, but I'm not sure if it'll ever actually get quite that advanced. We'll have to see, though. I'm not going to completely fault them for it. And granted, it'll be decently easy if they do get it going. Because I know people were relatively fine with Idle Showdown. I haven't really gotten much into it just because I don't have the most time when it comes down to actually playing fighting games. Or at least time available to play fighting games. So most of the Soku stuff that you actually see on stream, that's like a lot of the time I've actually put in for it. I think they had a few character updates. Yeah, I have seen a few characters actually being updated. It's definitely not too many, but it's enough to keep people interested, which is always good. Alright, perfection is giving me all that speed. Bad. I'll take that, I'll take that. We can put the Dutes on because I actually have volume on. Let's see. I think I have it installed, but haven't played. Whoops. Haven't played against anyone yet. By the time I got around to installing it, everyone I knew had gone back to their normal programming. That is kind of the downside with it, unfortunately. Like, there's nothing entirely wrong with Idle Showdown, but it's still a little bit hard of a game to actively play. Because it's smooth, but it's smooth in a sense of, like, a harder slushy that you... not slushy. A harder milkshake that you could get in one of those self-mixing machines. So, like, there is some smooth to it, but it's not perfect by any stretch. And I have seen people play it, and it does seem like you can get combos off relatively easily, but the combos don't seem super deep from what I've seen. I could be wrong, though. It could have just been the people that were playing at the time. I should have grabbed Fan Beam. But I know they've added in a couple playable, and I'm pretty sure a couple assist trophies as well. Assist trophies. Tag partners, I think is the better way of saying that. Oh boy. Oh, Anvil. We'll take Plug. I'm kind of wondering if they will ever get into designing alt skins for Idle Showdown, because that would be pretty interesting. It's pretty fun for a fighting game, but I always go back to Guilty Gear. Or just whichever is your main one at the time. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty fair. I know on our side, since Omega claims Soku a lot, that's really the main fighting game I'm playing right now. But aside from that, I don't have too much going on fighting game-wise lately. Although Under Night In Birth is getting a remaster soon, so maybe we'll get into that. We'll have to see, really. Idle Showdown is approachable, but at high level it can get pretty deep. Yeah. So it is kind of like old Melty Blood in a way, or Soku. You can still get into it without too many problems, but you are going to have to dig pretty deep once you start getting to the higher level of play. Which I suppose isn't an awful thing. It is nice to have the option, after all. Oh. Rude little bastard. At least there's at least one alt skin for each character in Idle. Oh, okay. That's good. More like Street Fighter than Melty Blood. At least in your opinion. Can't say that I've actually played a lot of Street Fighter, just because a lot of my earlier fighting game friend groups never really wanted to, or never had it, so I never had a reason to get it. So I know about Street Fighter, but haven't actively played it enough to know any of its mechanics, really. Also, if the trumpet going off gets annoying, just let me know and I'll get rid of the stamp. It is there just for the hilarity of it, but can get annoying with the level of speed that I've got going. I need to get Gorilla Paw, too. Maybe a better comparison would be Grand Blue, as far as anime games go. I do have Grand Blue Fantasy Versus. That was a game we all wanted to get together because most of us care about Grand Blue, like as a universe. But then after... what was it? After Beelzebub, I'm pretty sure, was live, and the DLC kind of just started slowing down a little bit, we just ended up stop playing that one. Probably wouldn't hurt to get back into Fantasy Versus again. I really needed to learn Charlotte still. Candy is fine. Yep. Honestly, like that game, but just not enough people are playing it right now. There'll be a Grand Blue versus Rising coming up soon anyways. Yeah, that's kind of the problem with Grand Blue right now, or at least Fantasy Versus. The fact that the one thing Fantasy Versus was missing before was... I'm pretty sure Grand Blue Fantasy Versus was the last one that just never had rollback, which was kind of a problem for it. So it'll be nice if the Versus Rising will actually solve that problem, but I'm not 100% certain if it will. We're still kind of in that really awkward waiting bubble where we know the game exists, but I'm not sure how much details we actually have on it. And yes, Grand Blue Versus was that code was the biggest downfall. Yeah. That's why it was fine to try and play it with, like, friends where you knew the connection wasn't going to be great, but I'd imagine tourneys were probably a lot worse for it. Right, you just have to proc them, don't you? Ooh, boy, that was a heavy hit. Come on, Perfection. Oh, Perfection's not going to come back up unless I heal. Right. Okay. And as delay... Oops. As delay-based goes, it's good. But it's never going to get that modern experience we expect. Which is a bit of a shame, really, but maybe one of these days. Maybe the Rising will actually solve those problems. Granted, the amount of people who paid for Fantasy Versus versus the amount of people who will probably go back to Fantasy Versus Rising is kind of the question hanging in the air, I feel. We'll grab that for now. Rising will definitely have a rollback. They've already promised it. Okay, that's good at least. That is kind of one of the things they kept getting flagged for just the general development. So if they promised that out of the gate, they're at least paying attention, which is good. That's a useless one. Not all of the Versus players like everything about Rising, but I'm not sure most of them will return. I'm sure most will return. I guess we'll see, won't we? I like the world of Grand Blue. I could never get into the gacha just because of how you play it as an international player. Kind of got frustrating. So I just never really got into the gacha and never wanted to log back in because I just keep forgetting I needed to go into the browser, keep my logins, and do all this nonsense to actually get it going. Yep. Getting all the doot that we can get in. It is kind of a meme stamp in and of itself, but that is kind of the idea. And I'm attacking fast enough that you're probably going to get more dooting that you're realizing. Yeah, I've never touched that gotcha garbage. Perfectly happy thinking the world and characters are fun. Yeah. If I recall right, doesn't Grand Blue have a... What is it? Grand Blue should have an adventure game coming as well, right? Yeah, that's fine. Because it looks like you're just playing Grant, and then you have almost a Tales of level of combat going for you. Right. Gotta get that going first. Come on, Amelia, drop down. I can't stab you when you're in the air. There we go. I think I saw something about a side game, but I forgot the deets. BlazBlue has some kind of non-fighting game too, but it has a handful of characters so far. That might be worth looking into. The BlazBlue universe is also pretty nice, so it'll be nice to see if they can develop lore properly instead of jumping back and forth between games just to make it work. There we go. Oh, triple. Bandage. Yeah, that's fine. BlazBlue has tons of lore to work with? Oh god, yeah. The BlazBlue universe is ridiculous. Like, you can look at any characters and almost play 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon just to link them up together somehow. Because there's no character that's truly alone in that universe. They're all connected in some way. Yeah, just the doot. Mildly surprised we actually got the doot pretty early this time, too. But this is a level 3 doot stamp, with my level of volume set at least. That's fine. so funny. Hey, I mean, it works, right? That is kind of the important part. That makes me want to see the bubble horns in Elden Ring. The bubble horns in Elden Ring count as great clubs, though, so I mean... Are you sure you want to? Silly bombs. Hi, buddy. Let's see here. Look. Frank ran that build. It was amusing. Really? Aside from just being a great club, what exactly was special about those bubble horns? Because I'd assume they would just have a weapon art that let them blow the bubbles, but... Do I want to just grab the face mask? It's mildly dangerous too, but... What's life without a little risk? Oh boy. Swap. Oh boy. There we go, cleared a hole. This is why I like having the flamethrower. It helps a lot with directional weapon attacks. Nope. There we go. Really, game? You're giving me stat ups when I've got so many things to level? That's incredibly rude of you. Oh, speaking of, welcome in, Frank. Hopefully things are going well. We're just here taking a short Duke break, just because Baldur's Gate decides to drop patches on the day that I play the game. Bubblehorn's godlike? And why might that be, exactly? No. Anvil. Golden Anvil? Golden Hammer. And then the weapon stamp. We'll keep the dude. Oh. Okay. Dragonfire first? Get that out of the way. I was disappointed there was no achievement for upgrading the dude in this game. For one, it's a good meme. Second, the weapon art on the large one is insanely powerful against large opponents. Oh, is it? I can't say I've actually seen the weapon art for the Holy Doot. I'm assuming it just summoned those bubbles, but feel free to correct me. Oh boy. If I summoned Mimic with a dude against some enemies, it was straight up dude apocalypse. Okay. They didn't get to play the game. Well, that's always good. Although, in terms of like... Oh. In terms of older Mimic tier or current Mimic tier? Because I know older Mimic tier just made the game a joke. The small and extra large ones are just one bubble. So they don't do a whole lot. The middle-sized one was a crazy barrage. Okay. I did after the nerf. It's still pretty nuts. Okay, that's always good. Nerf was mostly just health. Oh, okay. Because I know they would have had to do a good bit to the Mimic tier just to not make it functionally break the game with having two players on screen at all times. I think I even ended up using either the old Mimic tier or the newer buffed one just to help me with the Melina fight, since I was fairly dedicated to the Church of Bonk. And it's mildly difficult with the hammer with the heaviest strength requirement to actually hit her consistently. Another stamp. Game, you're being far too generous. Also, the download for Baldur's Gate is done, by the way. I just don't want to, like, leave us in the middle of a run with this. It got faster when I stopped looking at it, which is always nice. Low Wi-Fi duding. We're not in 2001, Omega. We're not trying to load up our dudes to MySpace. You deserve my full attention. Damn, it's another one. Actually, I looked up the damage nerf. It was more significant than I remembered. So it must have just been extra nuts pre-nerf. I mean, that's more than likely. Because when it comes down to it, I remember people actively breaking the game, or just summoning the Mimic tier, and then letting that kill bosses while they just sat back and emoted. Like, the Mimic tier was silly. I was fine with the nerf, to be honest. Just because of how silly it was, but... probably should get the X-Potato and Bomb, to be honest with you. This is why I partly like having the Doot Doots, by the way. It's just mildly funny when you have characters with fast attacking speed. And I definitely didn't take the you attack faster stuff because of that. You can't prove it. It's a shame I can't emote right now, just because I'm kind of set up for the Baldur's Gate stuff. But don't worry, I'm getting a good chuckle out of it. But having the Doots is always fun. It just works out very well. I think one character it's not as great on is Sane, because her attack speed is functionally pretty slow. But I guess this does kind of tie in with what we're going to do today with Baldur's Gate anyways. Because I was thinking we could change our Sork block, or Sorlock, into more of a Warbard. Because the things that Sorcerer provides you seem to be better in terms of regular D&D. And I'm not sure if, or at least from what I've seen so far, having a Sorklock in just Baldur's Gate does not really provide you with much, aside from a couple extra spells, and if you go to level 3, you can get the Dragon Ancestry for extra armor, but that's not really saying much. There we go. But I guess it becomes a question of how you exactly build a Bard Warlock. Would it be better to start as Bard? Don't really want any of these, I'm going to be honest. There we go. I can definitely look into it. We're going to need to pick a instrument proficiency, from what I recall anyways, so we'll have to figure out what's actually available to us. But my main goal with going Bard Warlock is to get the... whatever Bard's Jack of all trades or expertise is, just so that way I can buff our Deception to be even higher. technically speaking, you could go expertise into rogue as well, but I'd prefer doing it with bard, just so that way we can get some spells like the cantrips that I would normally grab, like fireball and what else? Fireball, Tasha's, Hideous Laughter, stuff like that. There are some good reasons to take a little bit of bard with your warlock, just for the extra stat bonuses. So we'll see how that plays out. It shouldn't really change our build much, just because we're just going to be doing the same thing as before anyways. Running. They actually kept perfection up during all that. That's kind of surprising. All the doots. It's what you just gotta do, right? She even planned the jump during her timeout phase. That's rude of you. Oh boy. Oh, fuck. Right, she's below half. Come on, almost there. There we go. 47 seconds to kill. That's not too bad. But yeah, there's our Doot run. There's our inspiring Bard run. Looking like I did not get the achievement I needed. Where are you? I think I just need to do one more hard mode run with her, and then she's good there. For reference, I'm trying to do the achievement hunting for this. I'm close. Most of the ones that you need to do are just playing the characters a lot, which are the main ones that I'm actually missing right now. There's a couple that I'm missing in here for, like, managing the Hollow Home, which I'm kind of working on in my own time, but it takes a hot minute. But the general thing that you just need to remember is that you need to get to this diamond rank with every single character. And last I checked, there's like 34 right now. So it's kind of just a grind to 100% this game right now. Which isn't too bad, conceptually. Now let me get Baldur's Gate working. Who's the one with the face? We could probably go on about Hololive lore for hours, Omega. They've been around for a while, and HoloCure's barely touched it. Well, barely. They've gotten like a third of all of Hololive right now, which certainly isn't too bad for them. Baldur's Gate 3. There we go. Category should apparently be good. Why did you not change there? Done. Let me play my spooky, horny game, please. I paid a lot of money for this. Let's see. Was our stream character the one I was actually playing last? It was. Category still says Star Rail. I haven't played Star Rail in months, dude. Like, I'm fine with MiHoYo as a business conceptually, but I don't really like playing their games anymore. I got burned super hard on the first Klee banner for Genshin Impact. Kind of like how Solace got burned, but I actually got my Klee after Pity. But then I realized how much money that both of us spent on it, and I was like, This is probably too dangerous. I don't want to play their games anymore. And that did not end very well.
If not over, then through.
Alright, so let's see here. We're in the Mushroom Village. If we want to talk with What's-His-Nuts, we need to go back to camp. I just play Honkai Impact. I don't pull the crap Genshin and Star Rail do. That and Honkatonks, or Honk... What would be the best example for Honkai Impact third? I guess Honkatonk 3 is probably the best way of referencing to that. Honkatonk 3 at least does have a relatively active playstyle tied to it as well, which is kind of nice. But I do prefer that... What is the magic mirror doing here? Is this the thing Bit was talking about, where you can change your appearance? Oh, wait, no. Is it? Well, son of a bitch, it is. Okay. Don't bend over while I'm changing your chin. Oh, don't spin. Let's see here. Let's just make a slight tweak. We don't need to do too much, but we got everything working, which is always good. I don't know why I bothered to look into the patch since I don't play this, but you did. Hey, I mean, it's a big game, Frank. People are more than excited to learn more about it, especially with just how much shit you can do in this. There's Withers. Hi.
Spins along as it should.
I require your assistance, good sir.
Dost thou require a new ally? Or mayhaps a resurrection instead?
I can promise you, Withers, you're not going to give me an erection no matter how you do it.
As thou desire.
So, what order do we want to go in? If we go with Warlock, we can immediately get our cantrips out of the way. And that gives us light armor proficiency and a few other things. What does starting Bard get? Simple longsword rapiers, short swords. Okay. That does give us some options for actual weapon damage, which is handy. And if I recall correctly, it'll kind of buff up dex anyways, like how I would put it with this build. And then we get Bardic Inspiration like here. It doesn't give you proficiencies for the instruments here? Interesting. So technically still gives the same thing Warlock does, but you get more proficiencies for weapons and such without having to worry about dipping into that. But it probably wouldn't hurt to go the 3 levels in Bard to start and then grab our 2 Warlock and just kind of push it from there. Just so that way we can get our school going and all that. Let's see, cantrip-wise. Vicious Mockery. Disadvantage on next attack roll and Blade Ward. I like having Mage Hand. Although this doesn't give us Fireball or Firebolt. That might do it. And then for spells, what options do we got? I want to have Tasha's Hideous just because that has some use to it. Arm Person is helpful. I've got Speak with Animals on Shadowheart already. Thunder Wave may also just be helpful in the long run. But let's do Dissonant Whispers and... Thunder Wave? Oh no, we got Fairy Fire as Bard. What does that do? All targets within light turn visible, and attack rolls against them have advantage. Huh. I did not know they gave that to Bard. Okay. Yeah, I can play with that. Starting instrument. It doesn't look like we can start with a doot-doot. The closest we can go is a flute-flute. Or a lute-lute. Thunder Wave. Gotta trust in your hardy friend Pikachu. Could start with the hand drum as well. Surprisingly, that you've only got 5 options when it comes to starting. What would be good here, since we're going to be more evil? I feel like if we're going to be playing a slightly evil character, Violin should probably be best, right? And then stat-wise, this looks fine. Then let's see here. Intimidation, Performance, Persuasion. And then we get Sleight of Hand from the Charlatan background. And we get Deception from background. So we basically just get every single Charisma thing and a couple, and the one Dex one. That is kind of what I want, to be completely honest with you. So, yeah, that's fine. So, continue. So, level uno Bard. We'll level up Bard to 3 just to unlock class. And then we'll... Jack of all trades. You have expertise. You have vast experiences, make you more likely to succeed in any undertaking. Add half your proficiency bonus to ability checks that you're not proficient in. That's what it was. Okay. This will just help us on wisdom saves and all that other crap that we're bad at, which is fine. Song of Rest. You and your allies are revitalized as though you would have taken a short rest. Oh. You get a free short rest as Bard. Okay. Yeah, there's some benefit there. We get another first level spot. Lot. Maybe Thunder Wave here then? And then replace. Right, I took Fairy Fire. That should be fine. Fairy Fire will just generally be helpful, so... Oh jeez, that's a lot. Okay, so, first thing. Subclass. You pursue beauty and truth, collection of knowledge from scholarly tomes to peasants' tales, and use your gifts to build both audiences and enemies spellbound. Cutting words. Use your wit to distract a creature and sap its confidence. Wow. Hi, I'm a bookworm. Go fuck yourself. Or dude. You apparently don't get the option to dude, which is kind of sad. You get the option to loot or flute, but no dude. I kind of figured dude would be an option, but I guess brass instrumentation is just not a thing here. You wander the land to witness and relate to deeds of the mighty, keeping alive the memory of heroes of past and inspiring heroes in the future. Inspire an ally to add 1d6 bonus to their next attack, ability, saving, weapon damage, or armor class. Huh. Yeah, that has its usefulness. Yeah, we'll have to stick with the violin for now. If we do have a way to get, like, a trumpet or something, I'll definitely look into it, but... Up until now, I'm not seeing anything like that. Gain a passive fighting style. Interesting. We could really make a dual sword warlock with that. Not that that'd be very efficient, but that would let us kind of finesse our way into situations. Oh, wait. I did a dumb. I don't need that here. I'm already wearing a thing that boosts me up to 17. I didn't need to have that there. Crap. I've never found dual wield builds to be particularly viable. Unless that changed. It's possible that it's changed with Baldur's Gate 3, because they have changed a lot, realistically. Oh, they give heat metal. Oh, I could be such a bastard with heat metal. I forgot bards get that. Is concentration, though. Visibility, knock. Knock is definitely helpful. Enhance ability, enthrall, heat metal. Calm emotion. I'm just gonna grab heat metal for now. It does actually want you to just do it all in one sitting. Okay. Cantrips, Eldritch Blast, and Poison Spray. I'm realizing that I should probably do this over just to make sure that it give us some fucking wisdom. I'm sure I'll find the thing that gives us... Shoot. That would give us the wisdom boosting item eventually, but I don't need a reason to burn intelligence points this early. Witch Bolt and Hellish Rebuke. So I'm gonna have to run through this really quick anyways. I got the gold for it anyways.
Dost thou require a new ally?
Hi.
As thou desire.
Now that we actually know what we're doing here. So, level 4. Bard. Cantrips, Mage Hand, and Minor Illusion. Spells, Tasha, Charm, Dissonant Whisper, Fairy Fire. Starting instrument can be Violin. Abilities. Do that instead. And then... I guess it doesn't fully matter. Okay. Deception, Intimidation, Performance, Persuasion. That's fine. Level up. Bard level 2. Nothing super fancy, just a spell, which we wanted to go with Thunder Wave. And then not replace anything. So, boom. Bard level 3. We'll want to go with College of Valor. At least I think College of Valor. Use your wit to distract a creature and sap its confidence. I'm not sure, actually, which is better here. Either giving people inspiration, I'm assuming during combat specifically, but what does this actually do? Cutting words. Distract a creature and sap confidence. That's such a weirdly worded way of putting it. We'll be a bookworm, though. Also heat metal, because again, I'll be an absolute bastard when it comes down to heat metal. Huh. You receive a bonus to every skill that you're proficient in. This bonus increases as you gain levels. Skills with expertise. I would rather have persuasion and deception with it, and then we can gain proficiency with 3 more. So why don't we grab acrobatics? We'll grab religion, and we'll grab perception. Should ask your DM. Well, I mean, we're talking with a DM right now, so we'll try just dealing with cutting words for now. It should be fine. Oh, wait. Wrong thing. Let me be spooky, please. Hex is tempting as well, to be honest with you. I definitely don't have the best luck with concentration, though. You have a disadvantage on an ability of your choosing. If the target dies before the spell ends, you can hex a new creature without expending a spell slot. Hellish Rebuke is good to have. But would Hex be better? Just to do damage out of the gate. Hmm. 1 to 6 per roll. Which can lead to doing more than just a single use of Hellish Rebuke. You know what? Let's try it. Okay. So we are now a bard. With a stick. Technically speaking, we could have swords on as well. But we are rarely ever in melee range, so I'd rather keep the extra spell with Mel's Acid Arrow. Which surprisingly it does not let me cast right now. But we've got enough to work with. Should be fine. Last time we were actually in here, I believe that we had... Oh, okay. We had found the one girl's husband. Rotten carrot. Is this still my camp? This is still my camp. Leave camp. Last time we were here, we saved this chick's husband, and we did get a magic item for it, but it was kind of useless, so I never really bothered with it. Also, thank you, Omega, for the coolant. Made sure to actually grab some oil this time. Gotta make sure you're taking care of yourselves as well. Oh, Shadowheart's almost dead. That certainly doesn't help. Let's see here. This is probably fine to use. Look at the bombastic nature of that. I had to take Bard. Look at how much I can just flaunt myself. I'm proficient with this still, right? Alright then, so we gotta go on a little bit of an adventure. Have to figure out what's exactly going on, to be honest with you. Because we rescued that one dude. We went down here before and we were just getting ambushed while dealing with these stupid friggin' honk horrors. Which that was definitely a pain. But what else is around here? Because there was a guy, but is there further... The acid that I put there before is still there. Wow. Okay, thanks, game.
It feels like my magic is getting drained.
Oh yeah, the anti-magic flowers. I can still just whack it with a stick. Silly anti-magic flowers. There we go. Anti-magic flower bullcrap. Now let's see here. Okay, I can just walk over here. That's nice. A half-eaten gnome. Okay, that's a good moniker. Battered scroll. Hold up. Tattered scroll. An unfinished conjuration scroll marred by teeth marks and dried slobber. Looks like they were trying to draw Magma Storm with this. Whoops. Sucks they didn't get it. With throw attacks. And attacks made with improvised weapons. Give that to Karlach for now. Hey, other sauce. Thank you for the reminder, by the way. I probably should have turned those off. But hopefully the evening's running well for you so far. Dude. I forgot that I need to turn those off just because Baldur's Gate does not like it when I run my proper VTubing stuff. So I kind of need to go 2D for... Dude. That's right. Yeah, okay. I have to kind of turn off the 3D stuff because the computer has a slight heart attack when I'm trying to run all of the 3D VTubing stuff plus this game. It's mildly silly, I'll be honest. But we make do. The game kind of needs to run efficiently. There is another fish there. All the sound effects work at least. We make do. I guess as a random question, would you want me to add like a doot sound effect in there? We technically could, and there's nothing wrong with that. Let's see here. You need to go down that way, but this is not how you do it. I can definitely look into it just to see if I can add a trumpet sound effect later. Shouldn't realistically be a problem, but I'm sure we'll figure out if it is. Let's see, yeah. What's wandering up ahead?
Have to keep going.
Oh. Oh, that looks like a boss arena. Hold on. Autosave successful. Thanks, game. I feel loved. Yeah, I kind of figured this would happen. And hide.
Cautious.
My faith protects me. Onward, ever onward. Unnoticed. Good.
I just have a distinct feeling that being close to this is going to be a problem.
Invisible me.
Can I jump up there? No. Yoink.
Silence is golden.
Come on, Will. Go into your crouching stance. It's fine. Oh, whoops.
Let's march.
Fuck. Okay. So now what do we do? It didn't immediately find us, which is handy. 125 health, though. Yike a doodle. Examine? No resistances, but 19 strength. It's a beefy boy. Hmm. Can we fight that right now? We did get an autosave, but it'd be better if we could, like, sneak up on it, if anything. It looks like they gave you a way to get away from it, just in case, which is nice. But what if I want to fight it? Because as soon as we get into sight range, then it will just be ready to murder hobo us.
Strength in silence.
You can't really sneak up on it either, because you can't walk across any of these tiles. And I'd wager, just to double check, but
To make my next move.
so he takes a look around. We might not actually have to fight it yet. There's nothing here that really would help you with fighting it anyways, so maybe if we just wait here for... It'll just go away. Never mind. It broke line of sight. Hmm. Ooh, that's a hard one. Would I want to take the risk? I think that position is technically safe.
Don't be shy.
I would need Karlak to get decently close so I can get her to charge in. Advantage. Yeah, no shit. You just have to run directly into his line of sight, so that way you can charge into him. Dashing with you would get you beside him, but that would not help very much. It would let Will get some extra damage off on his shot, but that doesn't help a ton. Worth a shot, though. Let's see here. So if I go here... And then I can almost get there. That is not gonna quite work out. Alright, we'll see.
On the prow.
Will.
Quiet as a moonbeam.
Acid vial. Technically, that might be a good idea right now. Because do you get advantage? You do get advantage, but high defense right now. Lightning damage. Put your active weapon with poison. Targets must succeed a con save or become poisoned and fall asleep. That's tempting. Read that. It's an 80% chance to hit in high defense, but if we can get that poison off, that might actually help us here. Looks like it's saved.
Shan. Long and low.
Okay, well, I mean, if Will starts combat, then I can do that. Survival failed. Shadowheart.
Blood comes easy these days.
Yeah, that makes sense. Will can still attack, which is good. So, Will... Still advantage on that. Let's see here. It receives a -1 penalty to damage, but if targets fail a con save, suffer disadvantage on strength checks and saves. That might be worth doing. I'm really glad that this thing just exists. It's now not a gigantic pain in the ass, so that's good. Thank you, Will. I'll let these guys go first. Can't frenzy? Oh, available in combat. That's a shame. Oh, she gets Searing Smite. I guess that's just because she's got the Infernal Engine in her, so that makes sense, but... I kind of want to rage beforehand, if possible. Possibly knock prone. It's a strength save. There's no way that it would miss a strength save against Karlach. Con save. Oh no, its con is super big too. I'm not sure why I keep taking the risk there. It's the dex save that I need to keep making it do. So then, if I just go for a regular bonk, worth a shot. We got advantage. We actually got the days off. Okay. There's our Angie. And then go for a whack. Not the best whack possible. And then you. Oh, nice. You got a crit on that. Okay. Maybe don't use a spell slot here, because we are kind of just stomping on the thing. Guiding Bolt, Inflict Wounds. What are your cantrips? That's bonus action. Radiant damage? He does have the thing that would help, so... There we go. Now it's a very bright guy. Lovely. So you're good. Will's turn is technically good.
Nothing important is ever easy.
You have a lot of new stuff, because we just reset your class, so that's not terribly surprising. Let's see here. Could just Eldritch Blast it. Or Witch Bolt. And then the next actual short rest, we can get it back. We can probably take it out next turn.
Time for some bloody work.
Oh, I should have done that first. Oh well.
This is gonna feel good.
Surprised. No shit. Oh, I still have that poison on. Okay. That works.
I won't give in.
Oh. Damn.
Can't afford to let up.
That's fine. You can go over here and then just keep Sacred Flaming. Just to make sure that that radiating orb stays on. which should help Karlak in terms of actually hitting the thing, if I recall right. And then Frenzy Strike. Didn't quite one-turn it, but we got pretty damn close. Just get Karlak to go first, it's fine. Oh. Okay, that works. The attack animation didn't even go off there. Ooh, hello. Blood Guzzler Garb. This is just clothing. When an enemy damages the wearer gains Wrath for a turn. What is Wrath? +1 bonus to damage with melee. Since it's clothing, wouldn't this technically work on Karlak? And not interfere with the unarmored defense on Barbarian? That would actually work out really well with her. Aside from that, we don't really need anything else that it has. Yeah, that does sound very much like Barbarian wear. Yeah, because she just has clothing. Uncommon clothing. Kind of covers up all of her heat vents, but it is technically good. She still keeps her unarmored. Which isn't much, but that's just a stat issue. Then glove-wise... Oh, yeah, right, I gave her the AC thing anyways. Okay, yeah, that works out pretty well. Cool, we actually killed one. Wonder if there's anything else around. Ah, right, survival. Well, I guess it was guarding something. Yeah, man. Let's see. Money and a health potion. Give that to Will? I think I technically have enough on hand. If it'll let me. Move that over, move my item list over. Yeah, we've got enough healing on Julia for now. Cool. Well, that was pretty successful. Now, what's over here? That looks like a death zone. And considering we can hear noises, it'll probably be the drow that we're a little bit concerned about right now. So we're going to have to keep a nice and careful eye on that now, won't we? A dead Myconid. Okay, yeah, we should be getting closer. These guys are pretty bad at their job, though, for not cleaning up dead bodies on the road to their town.
Anything of use?
Oh wait, no, we've been here before. Save the refugees, get help from Healer Nettle. Rescue Volo. Oh yeah, right, we gotta rescue Volo. Whoops. Sorry, Volo. We'll save you eventually. Let's see here. Let's be careful. Really? All 4 of us failed perception. Oh, that's not good. What should I be on the lookout for then, if we all failed perception there? Oh. What the fuck?
Got someone sneaking up on us.
I'm sorry. Where the hell did that come from? Hold up my palms in peace or attack. Well, this is awkward.
Talk to me.
Fuck yes.
Where's Will? Wow. Will got in, like, the perfect spot. Let's see here.
Let's get it done.
Good crit.
Time to push my luck again.
Julia's kind of here, but... Ugh, 25% chance to hit. Man, that's just a shame. Of course I only did 1 damage when I needed to do 2. Game. Oh, duh, they're Draugr, they're invisible. That's why I failed the perception check. Ugh, that sucks. Okay, noted then. I guess there's gonna be some guys with fairy fire chilling around. Surprised. I would assume you're surprised. Fuck you, for one thing. Oh, they've got spells. Speak with Dead. Just send that to Julia. Aid can go to Shadowheart. This can go to Julia. Oh, nice. Fragrant Fungus Stew. I'm sure that's lovely. Let's see here. So we've got 2 guys who are invisible still. And then not too much else to work with. But we could probably jump on him if we wanted to. Will already technically did his turn, I guess. Let's see here. Can I get a shot off on him? That's a possibility, but... guess I can hit him from here if I needed to. That does ask the question where the other guy is, though. Or the other 2 are, rather. Good crit. Let's just back you up a smidge. And then Shadow. Shadow. Can you hit Radiant Flame from here? You can. It's a 50% chance, but that'll keep him from going invisible if he can go invisible.
Time to meet your maker.
Okay, that hit a few things, actually. I guess he's not around there, but he's at least got a light source on him now, so that's good. Let's see here, Julia. I just realized I don't have Magic Missile anymore. Oh, that could be a problem. We might get it as Warlock. We'll see. 70% chance to hit with that. Oh, I have to be right beside for Acid. Really? That's a melee one. Okay. Good hit. We'll back up a bit. Ah. So, I think we found one of them. Bastard. He was really just chilling in there. Okay. Noted. I guess you go there. Oh. That's a bit of a problem. Bro's a necromancer. Okay.
Over there.
Dude, she's on fire all the time anyways. What does it matter? Rar. And there's a guy down there. Alright, Shadowheart, your turn. Move here. And here. And then hide in the corner? And I don't think we need this yet, do we? You're about 9 damage down. Shadow is about 8. No, we don't gotta worry about that for now. I could summon in the spiritual weapon, though. Just to get that on the board, considering he's up there now. Although he did summon a bunch of undead down here, which are probably going to come up this ladder. I wonder, though, if we kill... the Necromancer Summoner, if those guys will just go away. I'm looking for this guy's turn, ma'am. Oh god, they're all dashing. Okay. Sorry, Juliet. I guess you're going to be in physical contact with one of them for now. Sorry, 3 of them for now. That would probably help. 1 to 8 thunder damage per level. But that hit me as well. Probably not. No, that would hit me as well. Would it be better to just take out 2 of them? Or at least hit 2 of them. What does my Misty Step take, resource-wise? A bonus action? So we'd get a bonus action and then a regular one. What could we do on our regular one? I don't think acid would help a ton in this situation. Honestly, it might just be better to Thunder Wave them all out of the way. That way we can just pick them off. Because I can do it like that and hit all 3 of them. And then that would be 2 to 16 damage, as well as pushing them, as long as they fail this save. So yeah, that's not too bad. I feel like I remember about Hex. They can go over the fire. Hey. Rude. Cutting words. The target receives a 1d6 penalty to attack roll, ability check, or damage dealt. Yeah, okay, so cutting words can be added as kind of like a... almost silvery barbs, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Because isn't this functionally what silvery barbs does? If someone makes a roll, you can silvery barbs them to give them a disadvantage check. This is kind of similar to that, where you can just give them a minus d6 to their attempt. Ooh, that's a bad position for you, friend. Let's see here. So Will is now in an awkward situation. 6 meters of movement for the rest of your turn. Roll range damage twice and use the highest result. Interesting. They're not exactly hard to hit, but I need more AoE to deal with that, which unfortunately Rogue does not really have just yet. But yeah, I can do that. He doesn't need to move for now. Should I make sure to get rid of that one first? Okay. Apparently doesn't matter. That should be fine for now. Would it be better to get him over there? Yoink. Hopefully standing in this doorway does not cause problems. Ah. Interesting. Hi, buddy. You have been a gigantic thorn in my side.
Hammer's gonna fall.
So I'm gonna say, go fuck yourself, compadre. Almost enough. And then there's one more guy just out here somewhere. Or he's here now, I guess. And then this guy gets to go. Not enough movement speed. Oh, that sucks. I can attack Karlach if I wanted to. No. I'm assuming I can't just fly over here, right? Yeah, because I got no movement left. Okay, it was an attempt, buddy. Get in... Oh, did they break BlessCon? That's rude. Can I get you to go in here? Is Will actually in the way? Crap. And then... Is that a bit much? It is the channel divinity, so it's technically free. Okay, that should help. Ugh, Bill. Buddy boy. You gotta be a little bit better than that. I feel like he probably has good AC, so I probably can't just force him off. 60% chance, huh? 4 damage. Definitely can't wait for the next level up. I forgot to hex again. God damn it. Considering he would be rolling spells, what would Draugr use as their spell modifying stuff? Ooh, that's close.
Send an elf to sleep.
Ranged attack on Karlach when she's right in front of you. Not the smartest move, my bro. Yeah, I can't sneak attack. You're way too close. Decent hit. That should be fine. This guy gets to go blindness. Ugh. And then Karlach gets to go. Well, this guy is gone. Like that guy in particular. And then there'd be a guy who would be down here somewhere, so I guess Karlak can go over this way? Although I'm not sure where he would be sitting right now. Which is a bit awkward. Well, he's down here, apparently. Should be coming for Karlak, then? Oh, look at that. He's right in front of her now. That's nice. I feel so bad for the sacred weapon. It was summoned in such a bad spot for all this. I guess just put it here? Not enough movement, huh? Okay.
Let's finish this.
And then this. Who is hurt on our squad? No one. Then can I hit that? Thank you, Radiant. Or thank you, Sacred Frame. You are doing wonders for us right now. And then now he is hexed, so as long as I can hit him, we do more damage, which is why Hex is important for Warlock. Okay. We're learning things. Let's see. But I want to use Bardic Inspiration now, I wonder. Yeah. I can actually Bardic Inspiration the spiritual weapon. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Should realistically give it to Will, but... Bard has inspired you. New bonuses have been added to your reactions list. Okay, that should work.
Forever dauntless.
So then... Melee weapon attack. I have disadvantage because I'm blind. But I do have the Bardic roll. Still 81% chance, even with disadvantage, but I have a feeling I can still get messed up by this. God damn it. Just one damage point off again. Okay. Ugh, yeah, blindness on Julia, that's not good. Oh, and he's trying to run now. Okay. Bro is not ready. Anyways, hi. You found a barbarian. How you doing there? Oh, he's also a barbarian. Okay. That could be a little bit troublesome. There we go. One down.
My faith will protect me.
And then Shadow. 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 Just put some light on you. And then... Healing Word, Will? Oh, she's like out of spell slots. We're probably gonna need a long rest after this anyways. That's fine, arguably. Julia's turn. Julia has blindness on, which means all of her stuff is gonna be at disadvantage. Can I just jump over here? Just so that way I can get over to this guy. Not enough movement. Really? It's got an 18-meter range, so why do I need to get that close to use it? Okay. Is this an effect of blindness, I wonder? Ow. Oh. Oh, that's evil. Blindness is usually just disadvantage on attack rolls. The fact that it reduces your range to 3 meters for everything is kind of nasty. Okay. That, like, completely neuters the Warlock, then. Wow. Okay. I should read status effects. Noted.
Victor's path.
As long as it doesn't mess up my short game. Oh, it's going to mess up your short game a big deal, Omega. You can't do anything. Almost. Enlarge? Oh boy. That fight's going well so far. Yeah, nope. You can go over here. Eesh. Not good.
Act fast.
And then Shadow. Got the damage in. Didn't get the pull off. That kind of sucks. Now, what can you do here, Julia? I guess technically a few things. Because he's within your now blind range, so you can use all of your spells. 30% is definitely not that good. Mage Hand. That's firing at disadvantage because of melee range. Poison Spray does not have to worry about that. But I think Poison Spray is probably the best thing I've got right now. Yeah, okay. Poison Spray was the right option. What would be good here? Arsonist's Oil is definitely not a lot. And Scroll of Featherfall is not going to be useful here. I'm mildly surprised I don't have more poisons on her.
Victor's path.
Now then... Right, 3 meters. God, blindness is awful. Okay. There we go. And then, what else can I do here? He's got his Bardic Inspiration still, which is fine. Oh, you didn't die. God damn it, I can't math at all tonight. Oh, cool. Hi, sir. Bonk. Good bonk. And bonk. Sorry, man, you're not going to completely outbarb the barb. Oh, he had some mushrooms on him, too. Look at you go. You're doing your best, aren't you? Now, what's the best way for you to actually get over there to help out, Karlak? Oh, it takes the bonus action to jump. Okay, I thought it just took movement.
In position.
Head around back, maybe? And then the spiritual weapon. Can you do it, buddy? Nice. Granted, we're not fully done yet.
I'm ready.
Where's this one? Oh, that one's all the way down there. Huh. It's finally coming for us, too. Okay. That's fine.
Don't waste a step.
This isn't going to be a complete stomp or anything.
Try me.
I don't think I need to worry about that for now. Oh, I'm still blinded, so I can't even reapply the hex if I wanted to. Oh no, I can.
Forever dauntless.
And then you can use Cunning Action Dash, just so that way you can get over here.
No time to waste.
And then Sneak Attack Shoot. Never mind. Shoot? No. Okay. Oops. Never mind, Will. You did your best. We'll just go over here. Fine.
I'm heating up.
And then Karlak. Easy enough choice. Bonk. And bonk. Cool. We actually managed to get through that relatively well. And the save failed on blindness again.
One day I'll catch a break.
Let's see, what do you got? The Draugr Antidote nullifies the effects of certain Draugr poisons, gains advantage on saving throws against being poisoned, and grants resistance to poison damage. Handy. A new axe deals an additional 1 to 6 fire damage to plants, insects, or small creatures. Also just does an extra d6 of fire by default. Oh no, the d6 is conditional. Either way, Karlak can have that. And then Scroll of Vampiric Touch. He was holding on to that? Dude. Why were you holding on to that? You are weird, my man. Julia can take that. And the blue cap. I don't think the zombies are necessarily going to give us much, but never hurts to check. Oh, you actually had some stuff. Knife can go to Will. Arrow of Roaring Thunder. Damn, I'm glad he didn't get to use that one. Heavy crossbow, huh? I can't use that. Can Will use it?
Sharp as ever.
Heavy crossbow seems like it'd be out of his wheelhouse, too. Oh, no, he can use that. That's technically a little bit better than the longbow. Still lets him brace, too. Okay. Sure. That shouldn't be a problem.
Looking ahead.
I'm pretty sure we checked you with Karlak, so that's not a problem.
And move.
Let's see here. We are mildly low on resources, so... Should we do a long rest first? Because I doubt this is all of them.
What creatures live in waters this dark?
Let's see here. Just rotten food. So these guys haven't really been checking out much here either. The mug. Oh, that one had money. It's always nice when those intestinal piles just have sacks of gold with them. Executed Deep Gnome. Hmm. So these guys have been busy then. I guess that makes sense. Hmm. I probably should take a long rest before going further into this village, shouldn't I? Because we're out of our spells on Shadow.
I'll feel that one later.
Oh well, we'll see. Oh, nice, there's a transportation thing here. Oh, where else can we go? I guess up there.
Softer than a whisper.
Rotting basket. I can probably take a wild guess as to what's in these. That A for Azuth and the other gods. Read?
Let's see what this does.
Can we get anything from that? Doesn't look like it. Just some general potion shenaniganry.
Light on my feet.
Hmm. Nah, this just feels way too suspicious. We'll just see if something happens during the night.
Moving ahead.
But first things first. Hi there, Scratch. Gotta pet the pupper. It is required every time we visit camp. Oot. Let's see here. Anybody with a chat bubble? Or are we good to just sleep? Oh. There's some stuff in the traveler's chest. Whoops. Including some tatas. And a bunch of people's underwear for some reason. Why is there just random people's underwear in here? I didn't go on a panty raid or anything like that. Maybe that's tied to a character we had in the party before, but have since extradited because they were annoying. That's possible. Well, it doesn't seem like anyone really wants to go for a chat, so... Oh, never mind. Gale, you better not be hungry again. Oh, image of his mistress. Okay. Oh, nice. Bard actually gave us something.
Oh. My, you startled me. Was miles away.
You good there, bud?
For the seldom purpose of prayer. Mystery commands all magic.
Prayer.
Salvation, if such a thing exists, is hers to bestow or withhold. And yet even now, more than I fear losing my own self and soul, I fear losing my command of her art. Magic is my life. I've been in touch with the weave for as long as I can remember. There's nothing like it.
I'm
It's
seeing
like
those little purple
music,
lines going up your necks there.
poetry, physical
Gale.
beauty, all rolled into one and given expression through the senses.
Are you sure
Is
you're
it the
not
same
getting
for
high
you?
on magic?
Fair enough. Though in the end, we're still playing the same composition. Perhaps I can show you what I mean by reaching into the weave together.
Well, what are you talking about? I mean, I'm curious because this should explain a little bit of what the fuck he's high on, but...
Follow my lead.
Gale, you better not disappoint.
Now you.
Do I just whip out my violin, or... Bard, imitate the gesture with ease. Sleight of hand, imitate the gesture quickly and decisively. Imitate the gesture slowly and as precisely as you can. Imitate the gesture with a flourish. I feel like just Bard is fine. Gale, a disappointment? I mean, I'm more just curious as to what the hell he's on. Because he's too secretive about his thing. And I'd love to learn more, but goddamn.
Feeling like a kind word and a kind touch at the same time. It's warm and comfortable.
Excellent. Now, repeat after me. Athran Mistraril Kantrak Eo.
An easy incantation. Bard and performance. What's the difference between just taking the Bard option or the Bard and performance option? Belt the words with a little flourish on ow. Oh, that's probably going to end poorly, but we gotta do it, right? We gotta flourish this spell. Difficulty class 5. Ha! Of course I roll a 1. On the thing I can pass without any problems. Fuck you. It's a friggin' 5 difficulty roll. Game? Game, you cannot be fucking serious. Okay. That's still technically 4 1s and 3 rolls, but... God damn, game. I had to burn my inspiration just because you were feeling inclined.
Ah, yes. The scent of rosewater and a sense of well-being.
The rolls
A
in this game have
sliver
not
of
liked
weed
me,
that
I
tastes
swear.
Sweet on the tongue.
Very good. Now, I want you to picture in your mind the concept of harmony. As true as you can.
I mean, I'm a bard. Harmony should be fine. Insight roll is actually not that bad. History... Or just bard. Allowed to wash over your mind and magic. Yeah, I'm a bard, dude. I make the parties come. That's fine.
You see, or is it sense, the unmistakable
I've noticed, at least in my
presence of
playthrough,
Mystra,
looking at combat
the
and other
Lady of
roles,
Mysteries.
and players and enemies, if they're done back to
There's
back the same
something
number of
like the
repeats, it's weird.
anticipation of a kiss,
Well, that's
and the
not
pleasure
helpful.
of being cloaked in peace.
Oh
You
god.
are safe. You are nestled in the cup of Mystra's hand.
Have I been rolling romance for Gale?
You did it! You're channeling the weave.
Please tell me I'm not
How
rolling
does it
romance
feel?
for Gale. Like, I saw a set of 4 goblins all roll 7s when they all went. Ew. Aim. That's nasty. Magical, sensual, even.
You're hard to please, aren't you?
The
I like how
weave
Will's just
connects you.
chilling over there.
The moment feels intimate.
Hmm. I have the sensor on from what I recall. So no matter what I pick, we should not be seeing any Gale dick. You're in no mood to be so close to Gale. Release your grip on the weave. A satisfying end to a wondrous experience. It's time to let it go. Or hold on to the moment. A good night for intimacy. Do I want to romance Gale? Not really. I'm not even using him. Mildly surprising that I'm getting that first, though. Maybe it's because I've progressed his story and given him something to munch on already. But maybe crushing his dreams is a bit much. Gale is one of the bugged characters? Oh, that's not good.
The weave evaporates, and as it does so, you realize the night feels suddenly cold and lonesome.
In what bug case was this?
There it goes. How easily things slip away from us.
From patch 1, Gale
No
was
matter how
stupidly
hard they
easy to
were in the
romance?
obtaining.
Hmm.
Good night. I enjoyed sharing a moment of magic with you.
Well, I mean, I didn't completely crush his dreams. I could have just snapped my fingers and ended it immediately, but we at least got to experience that. Although weird that he's easy to romance. The CEO of Lorne came out talking about how many of the characters' romance meters were way too low. Oh, really? So it was just super quick to actually get them going? Do I not have any of the packs? There we go. Like, a lot of people got romances in Act 1. And you weren't supposed to have them all over that early? Ugh. That's not good. Is a patch something that has, like, addressed that up to this point, or...
Another visit from the Golden Paladin. It said we'll get the answers we need about the tadpole.
I think patch 2 fixed most
if
of
we
it?
infiltrate the
Okay.
cult.
Well, that's good at least. Get the answers we need about the tadpole if we infiltrate the cult.
Indeed.
Good enough. How'd you end up with such a contraption in your chest? So not only do you have the thing in your chest, but it's burning up? What does the infernal engine do? I like to hear you ended up fighting in the blood war. In your opinion, what's the best way to kill a devil? Now that those paladins are out of the way, what's next on your agenda? That's probably what we'll go with. You and Moisra seem to know each other, and you'll need to stay back in camp. Now, what is next?
First things first, I need to get this engine tuned up. Thing's powerful, but it's been feeling volatile ever since I left the Hells. Can't be too hard to find an infernal mechanic round here, right?
Infernal mechanic, huh? That'll be a little bit concerning, but yeah.
Year, 10 air. The place? A sleepy little town called Baldur's Gate.
Last I remember,
Our
they said only a
hero,
few characters remained down bad.
A knock-kneed delinquent from the outer city.
I could
with everything to
see
give and nothing
the
to lose.
elf being down
I was
bad
a kid
relatively
looking for a
quick.
way to fill my days and make some
He
cash
seems
when I
like the
fell into
most
wrong
emotionally apparent of the crew.
crowd. Worked for a guy I respected. A lot. Turns out the feeling wasn't mutual. Through the jigs and the
Oh,
rails, I
no,
made a
he's
deal
one of the
with
hard ones then?
Zariel behind my back. You know Zariel, right? Archdevil of Avernus. She put this thing in my chest and set me to work. Well, to war.
Yeah, historian. I forget
needed
his name a
freak
lot,
to stay
because
alive.
admittedly I just don't like
And the
him.
engine served me when
I
it
don't
came
want to put in the
keeping
effort to
heavens.
remember his name, I
10
guess.
years of that.
I mean, that's why I reclassed Will as a
Stories I
rogue.
could tell.
I like having a rogue on our team, but I just don't like historian very much.
Guy named Gortash.
He's
Politician,
extremely hard, to the
inventor.
point that they had him
One of
on
these wheeler-dealer types
the
who
week
seems
one
to have a finger in
infographic,
every
and he
pie.
rejected about
Guess
67%
I
of
was
players.
naive to think everything he
Ugh.
got up to was... What did
That's
I
not
know?
good.
I saw a job. A good job.
Plays super hard to get
People I
early on,
liked,
too.
Doing
Eesh.
work I was good at.
That's not good.
Sometimes I'm jealous of that girl. Ugh, to feel so invincible again.
Well, I guess it makes some sense.
Gives me energy. Power. But you've seen it in action. Very hard to control. If I'm
Mind you,
excited
the people
at
that
all,
like him like that.
angry, nervous,
They like him
delighted,
because he's a
enticed,
tsundere.
I burn hot. Hot enough to burn anyone who gets close.
We're really gonna go with the flirt option. I wouldn't mind that myself. I've never seen one. I've never been one for too much contact. This has to be flirting, right? Is that too obvious for Karlak?
I try not to think about it. I still think about it constantly, but, you know, I try. One of these days, I'll sort the whole infernal affair out, get myself cooled off, start making up for lost time. But, not today.
We're working on it. Noted. May not have been the best answer, but we'll see. Let's go see what's up with the draw. Oh wait, the dog has a thing. The dog has a thing. I need Shadowheart.
Way to go still. Let's try this way.
Hi, Pupper.
Dog holds a well-chewed ball in his mouth.
Oh, never mind. I don't need to physically talk with him.
All right. It's only fair that you enjoy it too. But if you feel like throwing it, I wouldn't mind that at all. Master. Friend. I stayed with him until I knew he was gone.
I'm sorry,
I'll never
Scratch.
forget him. But I'm glad to have met you.
Adam. Karlak approves pets after discussion. Always good. But yeah, I guess Shadowheart gets a ball then. Item received, Scratch's ball. Get it, boy. It makes a little squeaky noise, too. Oh, that's good. Oh, the fact that there's an achievement for that is perfect, too. I wonder if that can actually do damage. Does it have stats? No, it doesn't. It would just act as like a thrown item. Okay. That's a good addition. Not only petting the dog, but also hucking the ball for the dog. If I give that to Karlak, she can probably yeet that thing into the countryside, right?
Damn, it's good to be alive.
I am blind. Throw. With ball. Oh god, yeah, she can eat it across the entire camp almost. Get it. Good puppy. I'm sure you could find endless hours of entertainment just with Scratch's ball. Just seeing where he'll go. Doesn't seem to have a super deep running animation, but I suppose that's fine. Scratch picked up Scratch's ball. Oh, that's good. Gotta love the pupper.
No one stopped me yet.
Well, that should be enough of that. Leave camp. Gotten our short rest out of the way. We've gotten the long rest out of the way. Found a stupid strong build I've been doing. Monk with Tavern Brawler. Tavern Brawler adds your strength mod twice. That sounds a little bit overkill.
On my way.
Also feels wrong for some reason. And I'm not sure about that. There's a hole. And I can interact with the holes.
Nothing but rocks.
The wall is
Oh,
riddled
God.
with holes. A suffocating stench of long rotten meat wafts out.
Survival. Inspect the hole. Inspect the hole. Sometimes you just gotta believe, man.
You recognize the odor. The foul scent of carrion crawlers. Centipede-like aberrations that feast on the dead.
Oh, that's
At
not
one
good.
time, these caverns must have been their banquet hall. The creatures are either long gone or waiting patiently in the darkness.
I mean, I can hear the skittering, so it's probably not a good idea. Reach into one of the holes. No.
My hand slipped.
How would I reach into one of the holes now that I know that this is just a festering ground for bugs? Not that crazy. Let's see. So tons of damage with Flurry of Blows. Flurry of Blows does around 32 to 40. Jesus. Okay. So there's definitely some usefulness to it. And I'm also multi-classing in a rogue to go Thief and get another bonus action to blow more often. Well, I mean, you're not streaming the game, so I guess having the option to blow as many people as possible is helpful, but...
That's curious.
A gold necklace up there, huh? How would I get up to that? Can I get Karlach to just jump up there? And jump.
I had
Whoops.
another dream last night. The
Didn't
visitor
mean
came
to.
me and ordered me to penetrate the heart of the very cult that's spreading the infection. It gave me a tadpole gift too, just like it did the first time it appeared. I suppose it hoped this would help. At first, I thought we should avoid these gifts no matter what advantage we gain. And yet, I can't help recall the words of my father. The best plan is the one that works. These powers could be enough to edge us towards victory.
So we've got multiple people doing this now.
Very well. If it's mind games these parasites wish to play, we'll play. And we'll win.
How does it feel to be a devil? I'm not gonna ask that he's being slowly transformed away from his original species. That seems mean.
Can't risk being in open view.
Why is Karlach not going?
Out of sight, out of mind. All right.
There we go.
Time to skulk about.
So what's this all about? Just a regular old chest. With an anti-heal arrow. Okay. An ice arrow. And a fire arrow. And potion of featherfall. I'm giving that to Karlach just because she's usually the person I'm jumping with. So it'd be nice if she didn't have to do that all the time. Let's see here. They've got a dock. Anything important off the dock? Are they going to try and murder me if I try and shoot Eldritch Blast into the lake?
What's hiding here? Let's see what you're hiding.
Nothing super fancy. Some alcohol. As you do. Half-eaten apple.
I'll take that.
Oh, that's actually grabbable. Okay. Stopping by to say hi. Bedtime's early today because it's tomorrow for work. All good there, Nano. I was running a little bit late anyhow, so we're going to be running just a little bit later into the night too. But enjoy your rest. We'll talk with you tomorrow, I'm sure.
How
much further can I go?
I guess speaking of that, I should probably take a break, shouldn't I? I've been going for a good 2 hours now. Well, let's see what we can do over here. This feels like a zone I should not be. Oh boy.
Don't mind if I do.
Torch stock. Hold on. Doesn't seem to be anything around, but this does kind of feel like a fighting ground for one of those big guys again.
Time to press ahead.
Oh, right, those explode. Hold up. This is why we have ranged options. Whoops. Noted. Explosion is big.
Don't want to draw any attention. Does this count as adventuring?
What else is around?
Something's burrowed in there. Something big.
Oh, right there. Guess if that's the case.
What's cooking? Rat feet. Don't tell.
Oh. Oh, that's a big old spider web. That could be a problem. Spider web could definitely be a bit of a problem. But this is why we have a thing that does better against insects.
Cry about it. Like a vandal. Quiet.
Oh, nice chest. Hey, Will. We haven't gotten you to do this in a while.
I'll take a crack.
Let's see how we do there. 15. Technically speaking, we can just do this over and over again, so... Yeah, I'm glad I didn't burn it with that. Try again. That's better. Thank you, Will.
Must have been a dry supply cache. Nothing left but some empty boxes.
Drow-studded leather. Okay. Just gives a bonus to stealth. I mean, not bad. We don't exactly need the stealth bonus right now, but... Not saying anything about being able to feed it to Will. Or feed it to Gale, so... I guess that's fine. Priest page. Read. Dark Mother, Weaver of Destiny, offer us a blessing to slay your foes. May they be strangled by the death of fate, threads of fate, and dyed red in your image. Loth be praised. Not great. Probably could have been a worse treasure, though.
Careful.
Then we've got a book on educating the faithful.
I'm ready.
Doesn't look like much there. Okay. Well, I mean, we got a treasure. That's technically better than having nothing. And considering the time frame we're at, I should probably take just a quick little break. So I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes or so just to make sure my spinal column is aligned. Make sure to grab a drink, by the way. Don't want to be getting dehydrated this late at night. But I'll be right back. Alrighty then. Hello again.
Maybe I should stay crouched forever.
Hopefully everyone was able to get a bit of a drink in them.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Now let's see what's actually going to happen here. It said that something was buried over there, but... Oh no, we can go up this way. Hold up.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Dragon egg mushroom. Okay. And another crag wall. A lot of climbing here. Oh god.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
That's not good. Ow. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Ow. Noxious fumes, huh?
What's next, I wonder?
Well, a good answer for noxious fumes is burning it, so... That helps a little bit. You just gotta wait for that to actually calm down a little.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have.
There we go. That's a bit better. Oh god, that comes back. Huh. So the vent itself needs to go away.
Trap. Be cautious.
Okay, this entire thing is just trapped then. Although I guess that does give the answer of what you're supposed to do. Do I have anything large enough that I could slap on the vent? A petrified drow. Oh, that's not good. Hmm. Okay, so you can't do anything with a vent. I would need to place something on it. What could I place on it? I don't think I actively have anything large enough to do that with right now. Ah. You know, that makes sense. Ow. Yeah, the lit torch. And now that's just gonna constantly go off. That's not good. Hmm. Or is that just gonna constantly go off because there's just fire there now? Huh. Julia might actually be kind of dead here. Unless we disarm the trap. Can you go in there and just disarm that? I'm not sure why I thought that would work. He's actually saving all of those. Okay. Oh, God. Hmm. Now, what do I do here? Out of sight. Ugh, God, how do I get to that? I don't have anything that I can just plop on there, do I? Between, like, anybody, right? Because no one would be carrying an item big enough that I could just cover the vent with right now. Maybe, actually. This. I don't actually want to do that. Cancel. Just put the bag on it. Okay. That did not work. I suppose one thing I can do is that.
Have a lot on my mind.
Then get you out. Okay. One problem solved. Not really a good way of fixing this now, is there? I think I've just permanently kind of borked it.
There is work to do.
Come on, Shadow. Okay, well that catastrophically failed. Oops. I'm fine with chickening out on this. Now, how do I actually solve that?
Relic.
Oh.
I will have an explanation. Or your head.
Oh.
Walk away. Now. I won't warn you again.
Guys, what are you talking about?
That artifact is an heirloom of my people. Like she spilled Githyanki blood in order to steal it. This cannot stand.
I mean...
Plunder from some conquered realm, more like. This artifact is the only thing keeping us from becoming slaves to our parasites. Be glad I have it.
I guess I probably should have expected them to start arguing with each other at some point, shouldn't I?
Remove yourself if you are so easily offended. This is not your concern.
Nonsense.
You're just finally showing us what you really are. A reaver to the bone.
Spare your indignity. Every word that spills from your mouth is worth less than the last.
Jesus, she just cannot let this go. I can kind of understand if she just thinks that she's been killing Githyanki just to get that artifact, but that's a mildly baseless claim. Because there's a numerous amount of ways she could have gotten this artifact.
Incorrect. Judicious bloodletting settles feuds and roots out the weak, the deceitful.
Do you hear this, tribe? Our lives are at stake, and she wants us to turn on each other.
No others.
Why is everyone in their underwear?
Just you and
I took a long rest, so everyone's just kind of in their comfortable gear.
Lizelle thinks I have something important to her people. She's deluded, clear.
Lies. She carries an heirloom of my people. I must know why.
So why do you have it, Shadow? Who do we side with here? Because Lizelle's not arguing that we shouldn't have it. She's just arguing that Shadowheart specifically has it. So this doesn't hold much water. But this isn't the right answer either. Ugh, game. I almost wish I could just, like, roll a persuasion or something. But I don't want to lose Shadowheart because, I mean, I'll lose my healer.
You hear that, Lizelle? It's called common sense.
Tisk. You seek reason in dishonor.
in honor.
The bad blood must be purged. A jewel come first light.
You mean I'd get to prove you wrong and thrash you? I love it.
Hmm.
Get some rest, Lae'zel. You'll need it.
A duel between those two is not a good idea. She's a life cleric right now. She'll get her ass handed to her.
You had every chance to look the other way.
Oh.
But here we are.
Shadow, that's
You
cheating.
chose this.
Spare me the justifications, coward.
If anyone asks, I'll say you were transforming. Don't expect to be mourned.
Let me stop her. Hey, look, I do have a persuasion check. Shadow, that's smart. Why is it smart? Move to attack Shadow. I'd rather just persuade her, but sell me this bit. Why is it smart? Lae'zel is a bitch, but that's just because of the way that she talks and tries to aggravate everybody with every word that she has. So far, she's just very bad at actually expressing herself so far. They're gonna fight no matter what, so just be smart and kill her early. There has to be a way to just get them to get along, though. Because Shadowheart could realistically just say where the fuck she got that thing from. Lack of charisma is not a sign of a bad character. Good thing I don't have a lack of charisma. I can charm her if I want to. 10. With a +7. As long as I just don't roll the bad rolls. So we're good. But Lae'zel sucks to me. I mean, Shadow sucks for me. I'm conceptually fine with her, but she's lying about way too much for, you know, trying to be helpful.
She's a liability. It's the artifact we need, not her.
Let me up, and I'll show you.
Everybody has a use, Shadow. Calm the fuck down. People need secrets. I'm not gonna lie. Well, sorry, phrasing. I'm not gonna deny that people need secrets. But Shadow's keeping like 90% of her life a secret. Like, we know nothing about Shadowheart. People need water. I mean, it's a good thing I'm not people.
Can I do that, Lae'zel? Can I turn my back on you?
Never. Thieves aren't afforded such luxury.
Loosen the grip on your pride for one blasted moment, won't you? We needn't be enemies. There's plenty of those to go around already.
What would you have? That we be friends?
Just allies.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
See? Peace can be attained.
Imagine what we might achieve if we channeled some of that hostility back at our real foes, instead of each other. They wouldn't stand a chance.
Okay. No one died. I mediated. And we got the autosave. And unsurprisingly, Lae'zel does not want to talk. I disagree with Peace for the sole reason that Lae'zel's just aggressive. I mean, you're not wrong. But you either have Lae'zel being aggressive or Shadowheart just lying about everything, or just withholding every bit of information she has. So what's really worse here? Someone who's just actively telling the truth and looking for answers, or the person who's hiding all their information? When we're in a party of people that are trying to, you know, solve a problem that we all need to work together on. That's my perspective on it, at least. You prefer a liar? Well, I guess this is where we differ, then. Huh. over someone who's been truthful about harming others. Shoot. Where's the vent up there now? This is weird. But at least from my perspective, Lizelle does need to chill. I'm not gonna fully defend her in this case, because she's too aggressive and is looking for answers without actually... Thanks, game. She's looking for answers, but isn't actually doing it in the best possible way that she can do it, which is just the more annoying part when it comes down to it. I'm down with her just looking for answers, but she's too aggressive about doing it. Shadowheart's not helping because she's just withholding all information from the party. The only time I've been able to get her to talk about herself was during the Dryad camp section, where I had to persuade her to just tell me a little bit about herself. I get that being secretive is fine, but we're working in a group, so it gets really annoying when she's purposefully withholding all of her information, so I can't understand any reason that she's doing anything she's doing.
No one back home will ever believe this.
And that's what pisses me off about Shadowheart overall. Like, I want to like the girl. I'm sure she's doing something for the sake of her own justice. But I just don't know anything about her. At least Lizelle's stating her opinion. She's doing a very bad job of it. But at least she's stating her opinion. And stating information. Also, I don't think I can solve that trap up there now that I've functionally turned it into an infinite flamethrower, so I'm just gonna have to leave. One of those things, in my opinion, in that you aren't close friends, so no reason to be honest. Thinking like a character like Adele? Yeah. Whereas I'm thinking like a character like Broford, where, sure, we're not meant to be friends, but, like, we're working together. All you're doing is just making it harder for us to work together. I'd be down to work together, but you're functionally creating fiction. Functionally creating friction, English, and making it harder for us to do that. Like, he was fine with Adele conceptually, because he eventually told us what was going on. But, like, in the slightly disappointed dad way of like, okay, he did this. At least he told us about it now.
Very well.
Shoot. Yeah, one of those lone wolf things. Can't trust others. Yeah.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Lone wolf trust issues can be a problem.
Lies before me.
Why is that lit up?
A perfect ring of mushrooms. Nature or magic?
Probably magic.
Nothing. Not sure what I
With Adele, I caved in on how he would act, just because it seemed others got annoyed. And considering we kind of ended the campaign, we didn't exactly get to see the fruits of the workaround. Dude. Isabel should have just been hostile all the way through. Oh yeah, definitely. Like, everyone was just completely shitting on him throughout most of the campaign by that point.
Breathe quiet.
So it was less understandable that he like stuck around still, even with the threat that was laid before him.
Must have fallen from pretty high up.
Dimension door. Huh. But the way that he was being treated within that party, like, gods be damned, he really should have just run. Because they had bigger things to worry about. They could have tried to find him. And I'm not saying, like, you should have left the game, but character-wise, Adele was, like, just being roped around into everything. I'm sure he enjoyed himself while he was getting everything, but it was very high risk, high reward for him that entire time. Burst them into a Drider, huh? Water. Mushroom. Okay, good selection. The only thing keeping him with said party was just to throw out of prison. Like, no connection to said party. Pretty much, yeah. Like, Broford would have been the closest thing possible. Just because Broford was meant to be nice to everybody.
Hidden away, but not hidden well enough.
But even then, like, Broford was just being nice for the sake of being nice, because he's, you know, a nice person. Like, he didn't have a reason to be antagonistic against you, he just saw you as a kid.
I have to survive this.
Granted, he saw everyone as a kid, considering he was a 200-year-old dwarf. So that was kind of hard for him not to.
Keeping my head down. Carefully now.
Hmm. It said hidden, but not hidden enough there.
Never wanted the easy path.
What did they mean by that? And yeah, Sibel did get along with Adele as well, because Sibel was being no problems with anything Adele was doing, which is fair. Sibel liked freedom, and Adele was very much about freedom. Why are two investigation checks be coming up? I guess go to here. The rest of the party can't actually follow me up here, right? Oh. There's a fairy circle up here. But Karlach's the only one who can get up here. How else am I supposed to get the rest of the party up here? Like, I'm tempted to click it, but I'm not sure if I want to click it with Karlach is the issue. We're also failing investigation check after investigation check, which is really not helping my confidence with this. Ungroup for now.
Don't want to think about why my eye is itching. Hope this ends well.
So, eat. Eat.
Glad that caught my eye.
Okay, so there's a mushroom there. I cannot physically see it. Oh, that helps. So... Let's get out of that. Really, that one's too high. But I can jump on that one? Ah, okay, yeah, that's like a centimeter shorter. What if Shadowheart does the jumping? Can they follow Shadowheart starts jumping around? Hmm.
What do we have here?
There's another mushroom there, but I guess it's invisible? Okay, so I can get Shadowheart up here without problems as well. So that's at least good. That hurts, though.
Be subtle sometimes.
Now what do I do here?
Out of sight, out of
Will's got Dex, so realistically he should be able to do this, but strength does not equal acrobatics. Too high, paths interrupted. Surprisingly weird with the jumping mechanics. Really no way for them to get up, huh? Not without using...
Don't mind me.
You've got jump. But I don't think jump is gonna help you here. Okay, no it does. Okay. So I can get 3 people up here? God damn it, guys. Come on. Skill check. Oh, it's difficulty class 20. That's why we keep failing it. I don't think anyone's going to be able to hit that.
Keep it quiet.
Now, what do I do with you? Because I can't do that either with you. I would need something to, like, place on here, just so that way I can get just enough height to get up there. I think that's what I would need to do. I can get onto that shroom, but I don't know if that'll help me get over there. It does. Okay, never mind. I can't get everyone up there. I think. Never mind. I wonder if I can start from over there.
Every step counts.
I guess that's why that guy was crushed. He just kind of got unlucky. Oh, wait. There's a spot. Just. Ah, never mind. That was a fake one. Okay.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Alright, well.
With haste.
I got 3 of them up here. Wait. Was that just a teleport spot? God damn it. Ugh, brain. Walking on air. Harlack is inspired from that. Okay. Thanks, game. I should have listened to you realistically a bit, so apologies on that.
Is anything real down here?
Oh. Another mushroom circle. Where it sounds like somebody's moaning. So where does that one go then? Looks like I kind of have to take that now. Okay, well. No, all good. I didn't say anything else not to spoil. And you had fun climbing. I was trying to figure out how to climb it, because I figured You could get everybody up there, but if the answer is using a portal, then yeah, that makes sense. The sun with the wetlands.
I'm sure you'll survive.
Where the fuck am I? Okay. This is new. Cool to have that. I'm not sure where that puts me. Arcane barrier. What the fuck, Nugget? That's a new one. Ow. Also, we can probably take group stealth off. Don't really want to use it. Arcane barrier. That's such a weird option. Hmm. Yeah, I figured. I don't have Dispel. I have a feeling Dispel magic would be able to help with that.
What path lies before me?
Rotten cheese. F. That's a waste of good cheese. Hands off, Patal. Ithel disapproves, dearie. Disadvantage on wisdom checks. So there's either a god or something else protecting that. Can I go in this? I can go in this. That's a bit concerning. Am I not going to get eaten by crocodiles by doing this?
A chill runs up your spine.
I was joking,
You feel
game.
like you're being watched.
Look for anything out of ordinary or Warlock Arcana. Same thing. Crocodiles eat other lizards? Yeah, I mean, if they're hungry enough, I don't see why not. Eesh. Oh, God. I'm glad I have that inspiration now. Please don't dick me over. Thank you for not dicking me over. Oh, that's not good.
You blink and the wilderness changes. A swamp, stinking and insidious, assaults your senses.
Spell magic isn't in the game. There was an interview with the CEO guy, and apparently that spell alone would about double the size of the game. Okay. So now the place is no longer pretty. It is now the putrid bog. Okay. Of course that's still there.
What's inside?
I guess that makes sense, though, because if you're able to just dispel magic, that technically adds a significant amount of options to everything, right? You fixed it. I apparently did fix it. Auntie Ethel. If I go in here... Can I just, like, knock on the door? I can't just knock on the door. Come on, game. It's someone's house. I don't want to break in. Have you saved recently? No. Okay, good. That's still there. But good point. I probably should save. It does look like this is my main option, doesn't it? Unless I could climb along the roof and come in through the gigantic open door. Okay, the game doesn't apparently want me to walk along the roof. Fine then. Oh, well, Shadowheart's cool with just going through the door. She's level 5 as well, but she's only got 6 health. Level 5 and 6 health. Okay. I have a feeling they count as NPCs. I don't exactly want to break into their home, but they're not giving me an option to knock. And I'm pretty sure the only way I'm going to do this is breaking into their home, isn't it? Because I took the back entrance.
Sharp as ever. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, that's pretty easy. Why is it so easy to unlock this?
Taking my time in the shadows.
8 to 20. That's a bit much. This feels like such a bad thing to do. Gnarled Teos. Okay. They're not super apparent, at least, which is, you know, helpful. But what do I do here? Do I want to just murder people in their own home, or can I talk with them? I guess looking at it, you're probably not expected to just walk in here, are you?
Schools for careful footwork. What do we have here?
I don't really want to murder hobo them, but... Why is there a level 5 NPC? 8 health.
These boots have seen everything.
That's so low.
I don't want a crumb left on that plate, girl.
Auntie Ethel, please. One more bite and this pie is gonna come back up to say hello.
Don't make me get the wooden spoon. You're eating for 2, so get to it.
Oh, she's pregnant. Okay.
Who is this? A friend of yours?
No! No, I don't know her.
Come now. Aren't you going to introduce yourself?
No, she's just a pig. No, I'm going to assume she's pregnant for now. The chunk doesn't quite have what we usually got.
Oh, I like you. You may stay. Feel free to relax yourself and have a cuppa,
I'm still very confused on the slang of
grant me
cuppa.
Patience. Eat up, Mayrina. I won't say it again.
Mayrina, you say, huh? Interesting place here you've got in the middle of nowhere. That's definitely not suspicious at all. Sure, we'll go with it, though.
Beautiful, isn't it? It's my little refuge for the lost and hopeless.
She's probably the one who made this look like a
Dire
paradise,
need
isn't
travel
she?
from all over Faerun to see little old me, and I do my damnedest to help them.
Oh, well, aren't
And
you a precious little gran?
Well, you need a lot of help.
What you saying that for, gran?
Swimming in your brain juice is a
Wait.
bit of an Inconvenience, isn't it?
Wait, what? How the fuck does she know about that? What?
Busybodies are not appreciated around here.
I'm inclined to agree. Let's not involve ourselves in this place any more than necessary.
I'll talk about your wriggler, and that's it. Last warning. Quicker than you can say yes, Auntie. What do you say? Want me to take care of the little bugger?
Do we trust an old lady in the woods who put an enchantment over top of what I assume is her treasure hoard, who enchanted the entire bog to look like not a winter wonderland, but a very majestic landscape?
You're a sharp one. I am proposing a deal, but it's different from your little pact. You see, I prefer personal things. One of your pretty little peepers.
I'm sorry?
Pluck it from your head, kiss it for luck, then back in it goes. Won't take but a moment. That is my price. Nothing more, nothing less.
I'm sorry. She wants to pluck an eyeball out of my head, kiss it, and put it back in my head? That's some pretty classic witch shit right there. She just wants to view everything from my perspective. Probably eats her house guests like farm animals. Probably. Sounds reasonable. Do you guys roll the what the fuck check? I'm surprised it hasn't given me any kind of insight check or anything like that. You want one of my eyes? I wonder, actually, if we try and be too insistent, will she just try and attack us?
I'm afraid that's my business, Petal. It's nothing nefarious, though. I promise.
Ma'am, you're asking for one of my eyes. That's major. No.
Ethel, can I please?
Quiet, you've had enough pampering.
Oh.
And you, my door is always open, Petal. Auntie Ethel is here for you.
Oh, that's not good. Well, I guess rest in peace, that one girl. I guess she's fine with us being in her house for now? Ask if you can have one of her kidneys. That's tempting, not gonna lie. But now that other girl has been transported into the ether? Question mark? So I don't think killing her will bring back that girl. I probably just lost the chance to save her, didn't I? Ethel, ether, sounds about right. I'm not gonna deny that she probably mixes a good few potions. Well, I mean, I can freely go through the house now, so that's at least nice. That girl, though, that's concerning. Is it worth it to try and save Scummy just to try and snipe down Ethel? Actually, that brings up a slight question. I don't suppose the magic on that just kind of abandoned itself, right? No. Would killing her get rid of her magic for this thing? But if we kill her, then I haven't the faintest clue as to where that other girl got yeeted off to. What happens if I just talk with her again?
Hello, sweetness. You going to give me one of those precious peepers?
I don't exactly appreciate Yeah, we don't even have the option to check for what happened with that girl now. Ugh. I probably lost out on that then.
Ta-ta, Petal. Come see Auntie soon.
Auntie's way too fucking suspicious, though. Offer another party member's eye? No. I'm not offering her anyone's eye. Can I push her into the fireplace, actually? Hold on. She's too heavy to shove. Excuse me? She's an old grandma. How is she too heavy to shove? See if she'll settle for a nibble. Hmm. That's not what I was trying to do, but okay.
Soldier.
Just to check. I saved right before this anyways. %45% chance to hit. Oh no. Trader of quirks and sundries.
Can't give up now.
That is super confusing on what I should do there. She'll work on the worm in my brain if she plucks out one of my eyes and kisses it and puts it back in my head. And she just spirited away some random girl. I don't even know what her deal is, but I doubt it's very good. You boy. Probably not too heavy to explode with magic missiles. I don't have magic missiles anymore, Omega. I got rid of Sorcerer, remember? There's a frog over there? There's an adult frog over there.
There's no time to waste. Better start a conversation.
Green leaves, shallow water. Green leaves, shallow water. Bad. Away. Green leaves, shallow water.
A chill runs up your spine. There is something wrong with this creature. Very wrong.
Burn. Bleed. Kill.
A hag?
Green leaves.
Green leaves, shallow water.
Green leaves, shallow water.
Would it be safe to say that the frog was probably a person that Ethel transmogrified into a frog?
Let's get going. At the ready.
Interesting. And it's just kind of chilling on this side of everything, not even worrying about what's going on. It's way too obvious. Maybe. But Granny Smith over there doesn't really seem to care too much about her surroundings at the moment, so... Just to check. What happens if I try and Eldritch Blast her, or Dissonant Whispers, or whatever I've got in my bandwagon? A waypoint discovered? Yeah, there's one over there. Yeah, that's inviting. What else is around? Hidden missiles. Oh. Red cap. Okay. Special variant of Gobbo. Why are you here? May I talk with you?
A diminutive creature sporting a red hat glares at you.
Hi.
That noise. Is the creature pretending to be a sheep?
Take a deep breath and say, bah. Actually,
My faith will guide me.
you speak animal right now.
A diminutive creature sporting a red hat glares
Can you
at
translate the bah?
You recognize the red cap, a fey creature known for its bloodlust.
Aww. He's got animal handling on right now.
Sees me? Nosy scum
Oh,
sucking
okay.
lice reading little ball bag. Get out! Or I bite its tongue. Its tongue. Delicious tongue.
Well then, pleasant creature.
I bleed you, cut you, make many delicious holes. Yes, yes.
Delicious holes. So, fight? Fight. Oh, sweet, merciful Jesus, there's more than just him.
My turn.
I guess good thing Karlak is up. How bad is this? 70% chance to smack him. Level 4. So we're in the right ballpark. Ooh! Meaty crit.
The blade will not bend.
Alright, one down. That wasn't too bad, at least. We'll just have you there. And they're all just in the bog. Okay. Bloodlust on another red cap. Okay. Interesting proposition. We need to break concentration on that guy. Can't quite get you over here. But if I do this, that'll add it to turn order. So we end turn with you. 75% chance to hit. Let's see if we can break concentration.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
Nope. Good attempt, though. Disadvantage on con checks, probably, since he's currently a caster. Target's out of sight. Ugh. We'll see what we can do. Then you. Path is interrupted. Hold on. Damn, he's a stubborn one. Okay. Spiritual weapon doing good work, though, so that's always good. That's probably gonna go after Julia. Oh no, he can't even get out. Sucks to suck, my dude.
Find a route.
Hi. Ooh, that's a good one.
This is my time.
And then Will gets to go. Damn, you missed. Will, come on, man. Gotta do a bit better than that. You got Bless going, too. Okay, so he's now coming into the fray. Dashing. Okay, come on in, buddy. Oh, nice, they're grouping up. That's always a good sign. Damn, he's doing good on the con saves.
Come on, can't stay idle.
Con. Where's Con? Fuck you. There we go. Managed. Granted, we did murder, so that also helps, but... And then Karlak. Karlak doesn't need to do anything, but the axe can go here. And say hi to our little friend. And then you lost your bloodlust. Ow. Okay. A little bit rude there, sir. Hey, good shot, Will.
I got this.
And then... just make sure we get the advantage. It didn't play the attack animation again. That's a bit concerning. Enraged throw. Ooh, that's good.
My little trick.
That's pretty good. Knocked him prone, too. Thank you, Enraged throw. You get up. You can't do shit. Got the radiating orb on. Probably don't need to heal anyone yet.
Never a dull moment.
Oh, wait. Bonus action. Probably doesn't even matter what one we're getting here. And then... pop. Ooh, max roll on Hex. Thank you. And then you get to go off. Do you get the extra damage from Hex? No. Noted, though. And then Will. Can you hit from here? You can.
Let my enemies fall.
Never mind. Give that to Julia.
Alright, Karlak. It's go time.
And then you... double movement cost, difficult terrain. That's fine. That was a good crit. Thank you, Karlak. But cool, a bunch of red caps are done for. Scroll of Hold Person, you didn't use that? Wow. Y'all are bad at your job. Give that back to Karlak.
I'd love to, thanks. Hello.
Because I leave the heavier weapons to chuck on you for that reason. And then Wispweed. Okay. Still need to get into alchemy at some point.
Road ahead.
Let's see. What else is around this swamp? I haven't found any ogres yet, which is probably a good thing. Barbed bulrush. Apples.
My finger.
Oh. Open wound. Creature recently cut itself. Okay. I guess then the smell of blood is just there. Let's see. I wonder if the red caps would still appear if you didn't, like, get rid of the illusion on the swamp.
I hope that's the end of this silly quarrel. They'll have no energy for battling our enemies if Lae'zel and Shadowheart are too busy squabbling among themselves.
You're not wrong, Will. Apologies for clicking on you again. Looks like nothing of value there. Oh, no, never mind. We can walk over to this. Just a bunch of boxes. Is there anything actually good in them? Doesn't look like it. They may be used for a jumping somewhere, though. Perception. Hold. Why did a perception fail? It's not letting me climb up the cliff, is it? No. Okay. Interesting little swamp so far. Oh. Rotting. Oh, that's not good. Hold up, I need to check that. Open wound is starting to rot. Disadvantage on ability checks and saving throws using charisma. Oh. That's not good. Charisma is my main stat, man.
No, never mind.
Well, I guess we can just wait for it to run out. There's nothing really stopping us from just letting 15 more ticks of it go down. But how is everyone's night going, by the way? We are getting a little bit late into the night, but I did mention that since I started an hour late, we would probably try and make up that fact by going until 1 in the morning. Is this just the swamp of nonsense, or will the rest of the game be like this? I don't think the rest of the game will be like this. I think we just teleported into a new area and are just exploring it, really. With a bunch of angry birds, apparently.
Best avoid that trap.
Shadowheart did a perception check. There's a trap? There's a spike trap in the swamp. Wow. Okay, someone doesn't want you to have a good time.
Alright, what now?
Noted. Oh. Oh, they're named. Huh. That's probably not good.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
I believe
I just want a little look.
saved from rotting. Thank you. What happened here, Joel?
Kill the hag.
Kill the hag? Is the food here safe to eat? How do you know your sister's here?
With pitchforks. Stupid. Joel. Cattle. Farmer.
Or someone just looking to catch a gator. Is the food here safe to eat?
Apples. So red. So delicious, but... Oh.
Okay, I'm glad I haven't eaten those apples yet then.
scared she won't be a good mom, but she will. I know it. The note.
Okay.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
Thanks, Joel. See, this is why it's good to have this necklace. The note, huh? Read. Dear Joel and Demir, don't get mad. I mean it. I'm only leaving this note so you don't panic and do something stupid. I'm going to the hag. I owe it to Connor to make things right. You know he'd do the same for me. I'll be back soon, so not a word to Mam, alright? She has enough on a plate. Marina. Okay. So we know that's the girl that the hag already teleported away with a hand wave. I get, nice. Oh, he's got a cleaver. Interesting. I'll give that to Karlach just so she can huck it at somebody. But yeah, I guess we got a new quest involving that hag. Although, if we can kill her is the question. We've talked her down, but she's already teleported the sister away. So if I just kill her, is she just going to be permanently stuck there, or will she unbanish herself and come back? Because that's kind of a question. Need a cleaver to chop up that people meat? Well, I mean, we always got to make sure to chop up that people meat. Ugh. Figured. Some of the animations just are not playing. That's a bit concerning. Pork loin, roughly cut ham, a pig's head, and a couple bucks. Offering, probably. Hey, raspberries, nice.
Something good here.
We can get a lot of raspberries here. Now this just feels like Minecraft again. Alright, so, quest to kill hag. Recast on a different corpse without expending a spell slot. I can do that again? Hold on. I was wondering why it was flashing. Alright, let's talk with the other guy then. What's up with you?
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
My sister went to Ethel.
Okay, we got that pretty much.
Husband died. Wants him back.
Oh, okay, you wanted to resurrect the dead then. That's a good sign. For you.
Demir.
Thanks, Demir. You got anything?
Mom, Joel, Marina, and soon a niece.
Okay, well, Marina and the niece are kind of alive. Mom's probably alive.
Farm out by Baldur's Gate.
I have to be getting close to Baldur's Gate by this point, because everyone's saying they're near here.
Don't drink the water.
The
Roll
spell's
credits.
power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
If only. Interesting. So I guess I can just keep recasting it then. Since I used no resources to do it before. Animal carcass, nothing. Thank you for the water, by the by. What about over here? Oh, is that the ploy? Are they all named Juicy Apple? I'm gonna put those in there. Let's see. Eh. Who rolled a thing? Karlak rolled perception.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Okay.
Can't slow down.
Nothing super complex on the docks. The campfire, though. Doesn't look like anyone's around here.
Everywhere. Something made a mess of this place.
An enemy, you say?
What kind of creature could have caused so much damage?
Anyone else feel like rolling nature? Nope. Okay. This might be the crocodile thing, then. Let's see if anything comes and murders us while we're here. Oh, okay, that's pretty good. That goes to Will. Water, rope, and swamp green dye. Okay. Don't really have much use for dyes at the moment, but noted. So what would proc a beast to come and fight us? Backpack? The Approachable East. That's a very awkwardly titled book for this. Meat, 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 meat. Or cheese. Then intestines. Bedroll? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. Oh, spells, hi. Featherfall, Scroll of Witchbolt. Okay. Interesting. I wonder if you long rest there, the thing will try to attack you. But I could see that happening. We're just going over here. Oh.
Very glad
Sorry,
Shadowheart and
Karlak.
Lae'zel settled things without letting any blood. I would have enjoyed the spectacle, but not losing either one of those lunatics.
What is the best way to kill a devil?
Depends on the type. Ice devils hate an inferno, but that's an easy one.
Fair.
Orthons love projectiles. What they don't love is getting their bombs lobbed right back in their faces.
Okay.
Demons, on the other hand, every demon is absolutely singular. You can't ever think you've got them typed out. Sharp instincts, sharp weapons, and a knack for improvisation. That's the only way to survive him.
So just stab. I mean, I was just asking you how to kill a demon, Karlak, so you're good there. This isn't where I thought I'd end up. How about you? You and Mizor seem to know each other.
We were both part of Zariel's inner circle.
Makes sense.
Her by choice. Me by force. In the
Let's
grand
say that's
scheme
pretty
of
fair.
things, I'm inconsequential to Zariel. Sure, I've got the engine, but I wasn't even her strongest fighter. She favored me like a child favors a captive pet.
Yeah.
Mizora envied the attention, I suppose. I'm sure when Zariel gave her the order to hunt me down, Mizora was delighted.
Probably, yeah. That sounds like something she'd do.
I don't know. You'd think she'd have more important things to do. Devils and their pride.
Okay, so it's a possibility.
No kidding. The fighting, the chaos, the betrayal. It had the makings of a good stage show, but I did not want to be one of the players.
Okay. I can definitely see why folks are liking Karlak more and more now. She is very straightforward. She is the barbarian. She's not a moron, though, which is nice.
Funny you should ask. I was just thinking about what would have become of us without that Nautiloid. I mean, I know where I'd be. Trapped in Avernus still, with the Blade of Frontiers on my tail. But what about you?
I mean, the Blade of Frontiers is right behind us still. Be in the middle of another adventure, blessed freely of any tadpole. I'd probably just be back at home.
Oh, man. Lucky you. That's the dream. Maybe when this is all done, you can show me where you came from.
Nice pickup line,
My
Karlak.
family home's long gone, but I'll show you my favorite chow hall in the city, if it's still standing.
Oh, it's possible. Well, that was a lovely conversation. Thank you, Karlak. What else can we do in this swamp? Technically speaking, killing the hag seems to be the next best option. But I wonder, can I poison her? Is there like a cooking thing that I can just poison while she's not looking? Oh, hey, a ship. With stuff I haven't looted yet. I haven't checked this, but this does feel more like a sandbar compared to anything else. Let's see. Well, that's not good. Skill check. Difficulty class 20 again. Survival. If it's survival, that implies the Kizu trick of just shoveling until you find something. I should have a shovel, right? Still not 100% certain why that works, but sure, I guess. Ring, mushroom, and money. Okay. You're a lizard wizard, not shovel knight. Nah. We're breaking conception a little bit, but it's fine. Sometimes you just gotta whip out a shovel and make things work, right? Let's see. There's the well. What can I do with the well? Game made me pull out my monster card? Monster fucker card?
Lies below. A great deal of it.
I mean, when it comes down to it, Mitts, drink from the well. No. There's friggin' bodies in the well. When it comes down to it, Mitts, welcome, by the way. But pulling out your monster fucker card for this one makes sense. There's a lot of options for that. I mean, they literally showed off the fact that you can have sex with a bear. I'm not doing that, obviously, but dude, because I'm streaming this, I can't stream sex on Twitch. Not yet, at least. One of these days, maybe. Oh, hey, there's tea. Interesting.
This calls for careful footwork.
I wonder. I want to do that. I wanted to put the poison in the tea. Just sign the item in the hotbar, drag it from that. That's not what I'm trying to do. I got rid of all of my poisons, didn't it? Oh no, it didn't. How would I be able to poison her tea?
Free for the taking.
I did it with the man who becomes the bear, but not the bear. Though since we're both druids, I'd be down for it.
Be on my way.
How have you found being a druid, by the way? Because conceptually speaking, it'd be neat, but I think I'm going to be sticking with Warlock Bard for a bit, just to see what that actually helps with. Later levels are pretty fun. Well, that's good. Hi, Granny. Doot 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 doot.
Hey, good
Like
looking.
70% chance. Karlak, I just need you to hit this.
Your violence
Oh.
hasn't gone unnoticed. It's about to be returned in kind.
Just went invisible, didn't she?
Still breathing, despite everything.
Hey, nice she was in there.
Let's go.
Karlak, go fuck her up, please. Angie. Oh, she's got 110 health. This should go swimmingly.
This is my time.
Let's see here. Explode on input. No. Breaks target's concentration and silences. No. Lizard. As a lizard, your saliva is toxic, and you can use it to poison the tea. Critical success. If only. That would be handy, but unfortunately, no. Nice. Okay, so she can't heal anymore, so that's a good thing.
Can't even catch my breath.
What would be a good thing to get rid of on, Actually, she's a spellcaster. Hold on. Where's Khan? Put that on her. Oh, whoops. That is concentration. Whoops.
Got to concentrate.
That may help a little. It's a hag, so...
Survival is all that matters.
And turn, and turn, and the spear. Please. I tried. Break illusion.
Bye-bye, Lovelace.
What? She ran?
That can't have gone far.
Oh god, okay.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Can't believe that was an illusion. Okay. I needed to do a better job of trapping her, apparently. Overgrown tunnel, huh? Don't look.
I can't.
You are as thick as they come, sweetness.
God, she looks ugly.
This is my personal playhouse, and you don't have an invite. Get out!
No?
Has that wriggler eaten your brain already? Leave. Or you'll end up in tonight's stew. You'll go nicely with Mayrina. She's already marinating.
Marinating already, huh?
What's that? Open up.
Margon.
What is this place?
Oh, decapitated. Okay. There's someone over here. Orion? You good, bro?
No. No! Don't look. Mustn't look, mustn't see.
You good, bro? Smile as he twitches and whimpers.
I see it. I see what's to come.
You realize there's magic at work. Some type of spell.
An illusion, huh?
An illusion.
Me. Dead. Dead.
The mirrors.
Flesh rotten.
Of course it's mirrors. I just see a reflection. Calm yourself.
Lies. Lies.
Come
I
on.
see it.
You're a named character.
See death.
Granted, all of them are named.
All future.
But come on, bro.
Always ask. Never good. Never see. Never.
Come on, Lauren.
Gods, don't hurt me. Oh, please. Please.
Lauren.
Please, please, please.
Not everyone looks like you do, Elf. It's shocking, I know.
Ah! No! Stop! Trick! Trick!
Oh.
Trick! They're the monster! Monster!
I don't have time for this, Lauren.
Flesh peeling! Mind flayer!
Take a deep breath and roar.
No! No! Mind flayer! Get away! Get away!
Man has no luck, apparently.
No intention of letting that happen.
Wait, what? Karlak?
You feel crushing waves of fear as the presence within the door recoils. It can't let people through. Not again. Images flash. A man cowering, a bag open at his feet. Gold coins spilling onto the floor.
Okay.
His cries for mercy are cut short as the hag slices into him, dismembering him painstakingly, limb by limb. She cackles. The man's remaining flesh, twisted and contorted, becoming the twisted surface of the door before you.
You figure out she's eating people yet? I mean, it's mildly obvious that she's eating people.
A scene appears in your mind.
Like, she's a hag. She eats people. She's a witch.
Shrouded in the glow.
Her bog is poisoned. All the food is poisoned. The water is poisoned.
Charge into the hag's lair.
Everything points to pain.
Pierce the air.
You let them in? Naughty. That's a decade for each. You're mine for 30 more years, petal.
So if we fail, then yeah, he's just kind of fucked.
The door twitches, but stays firm.
Come on, dude, let me kill her. And barbarian intimidation, roar. Why did this auto go to her? Han, please? Thank you. I'm so much better with intimidation on the lizard, man.
The door shudders, imagining its wooden frame cracking and splintering in a raging inferno. You see the hag. She walks through the door, its form shimmering. With a jerk, you're pulled from the vision. You feel the presence within shrink, terrified.
I guess door open?
Stop. Please. Please.
My gentle Lauren. He wished to know what was to come.
And then the shield.
Look, a thief who tried to steal from Auntie. Now the good little pet guards my home.
Stop. Please.
You
Getting
feel
that card again?
crushing waves of fear as the presence within the door recoils. It can't let people through. Not again. Images flash. A man cowers. His cries. She can't become. Flee. You feel it cry. A scene appears in your mind.
Paladin's my cleric.
You let them in? Naughty.
You see an image of blue skies and sunshine as the door shudders a warning. Run. Its form flickers.
This door
and
is
you
very
realize that
unhelpful.
The door is transparent.
See, this is better. Door looks flammable to me. I mean, you're not wrong, but this is a person that got warped into a door. So I'd like to give him the benefit of the doubt.
You see the hag? She walks through the door. The lightest touch of hope brushes your mind.
So... it says that you can walk through it. Interesting. And this seems to be the only way in, so... if you say I can just walk through it, why are you not letting me click past it?
Hint of life from within the door. You see the hag, eyes bright with glee, as she sets fire to the door.
Oh, well...
With a jerk, you're pulled from the vision. The present...
I'm begging you not to run through it. I mean, if it's just an illusion, man. Oh, this is a boss arena and a half. Hold up. Shoot. Well, that's a bit of a problem. Will, can you get up there? No. Let's see here. Mask of Terror, Mask of Regret, Mask of Vengeance, Mask of Servitude. I'm gonna have to kill a bunch of people that I probably don't need to kill, do I? Should probably help. Get in there, Will. Yeah, pretty good. Half damage. Let's see here. Here's the Mask of Terror. That should help a little bit. Wisdom fail. They rolled 16.
My life, part 12, the boring opponent.
Okay, cutting words is coming in more handy than I figured. Jump. Ow. Garlac. Girl. Rage. I am now lay angry. Go fuck yourself. Huh. Well, that's awkward. Karlach's probably going down here. Oh. Okay. Hold up. There. Give her at least a little bit. I probably don't need to burn this here. That. And then these guys get to go. It's too bad I can't non-lethally do this. I'm pretty sure there's an option too, but... there we go. Sorry, buddy. Not enough movement. I challenge your movement.
Another fight.
You are going to be a problem. And I don't have Mage Hand, do I? I don't think pushing him off that's gonna do much. But we can do this. Constitution check, maybe? We'll see. Yeah, figured. Okay. Non-lethal. Non-lethal. Is there just a setting for non-lethal? Am I missing something? Toggleable. Thank you. Can't do that from here. So non-lethal is on. Okay. We're getting somewhere. This is important. The Whispering Mask. Auntie Ethel welcomes you, dearie. I almost feel like just dropping that on the floor, because I'm not sure if me picking it up will force me to wear it. Whispering Mask cannot be unequipped. Okay. Ugh. Well, temp hit points. Note to self. Let's get all of that. Common. Non-lethal passive. Oh, you just have to have that trigger on one person and it'll apply to everybody. Okay. That's pretty handy. Probably should do something about Karlach, though. Lesser. No. Aid. No. Yeah, that's not even that good a feeling. Can I non-lethally Radiant Smash? Apparently I can. Okay. That works. Bowmanship. Bowmanship. Non-lethally bowmanship. Is that possible? That was not a great version of that, dude. Hi.
Still on my feet.
And then non-lethally Eldritch Blast. You are still hexed, which is fine. Really? Girl. Alright, Karlach's turn. What can I do with you, Karlach? That'll do it. Can I non-lethally just throw a blunt object at her? Maybe not the glaive. Non-lethally melt their faces off. I mean, I'm looking at options. I've got the non-lethal tag on. This is a blunt object. Oh, that's so helpful. Okay. I'm gonna have to... Oh, no, they're dead. Whoops. Well, I got one of them just regularly knocked out. I guess you have to non-lethally bonk them physically. Otherwise, it just doesn't work.
Let's do this.
Ah, come on. Poisonous slime bomb. Okay. Faded note. She's not your friend. She's not your family. Do not eat the food. Do not drink the tea unless she is watching. Do not wear the mask. The word lies is written in large, thick letters across the rest of the text. Sorry, dude. Let's see if we can just save 2 of them. Let's see here. Yeah. It is the only enemy left. Don't really want to waste a spell slot on that, though. Rude. Extremely rude. Shoot him? Damn. Shadowheart. I require you to non-lethally bonk. Please. Non-lethally cut off the leg and beat him with it. Non-lethally. I'm not sure if that's legal. Let's see. Can Will get over here somehow? Come on. I guess just jump down then. That's fine. %55%. I can potentially kill with this. So I will leave it be. And then you're currently not helpful, Julia. This guy's wisdom fails kind of suck, not gonna lie. Wait, I can... Wow. They rolled 20. Don't react, I think, is the right answer. I think. Because I'd have to roll the 5. I'm not sure if it would even work. She's frightened. Oh, so she can't move. That sucks. That was a really bad potion. Need you to go for your bonk again, please. I said please. Bill, can you get up there? Low damage roll? Hey, low damage roll.
Sometimes the only
Oh, nice. He actually saved. Up. Please just... Yay. But how do we get rid of these? Whispering Mask cannot be unequipped. Oh. Removing the mask kills them anyways. I've been going through this for no fucking reason then. Can't control madness. Okay. That's a bit of a problem. Get away from Shadow then? Cunning action dash. Their mind collapsed. Well, I tried. Oh, nice pig's head. Don't exactly want to bonk her, but one turn isn't really much to deal with, so... Well. Okay. That problem has kind of been solved now, so that's good. Let's see here. So those were the people she was keeping under her thumb. So now we just gotta find her. I honestly thought would be over here, but... what other pathways can we take? There's a waterfall. Which... just hides another cave.
Carefully. There's a trap.
Oh, good, a vent trap.
The pride of the gate.
Dude. Get over there. Everybody can get over here, it's fine. Eh. Just to check. Fuck. I don't think I can beat 30. I'd have to roll a 20 anyways. No matter what I do.
Ever onward.
Also, I think there's a visual glitch with my game now. The noxious fumes just don't seem to exist anymore.
No time to rest. Best be on my way.
Let's see here. Nothing fancy here. And that just looks like another fight, to be honest with you. Peculiar flower. Let's see. Does that thing just set fire? Okay. That apparently did nothing. Considering what it looks like, though. I'm just gonna get rid of it. But... This is a surprisingly long dungeon to actually get to her, but... I'm gonna guess she's in there somewhere. Oh, good. Guess we haven't really been on late enough to realize that the clock couldn't go over to 1 AM. Good. That makes life a little bit easier for me. But considering it is 1:15 already, and I do kind of need to get up early, I think that's a safe enough place to get it off. So why don't we just call it there for now? And then when we come back next time, we can try and figure out what's going to happen with the witch. Because, God forbid, we actually deal with her. I'm mildly surprised that she was just able to auto-warp away from you. That kind of sucks. But I guess she just has a potential boss arena available to her, so they just want you to go for her and then just have fun. I guess that's really it. But let's see here. I'll be back on tomorrow to do our usual art stuff. We're gonna have to figure out how to shade that chair now. Just because with the giant snowball of death above her, we're gonna have to figure out exactly what to do with that. But let's see who's on, just so I can pass you two over there. Would anyone from our group actually be on around 1 a.m.? Logs is on. Elora's on. Those hoes. And Ray. And Datsu. Okay, yeah, a good number of people are actually on tonight. Elora usually goes for a good bit. Why don't we just go visit her to repay for the raid that we got before? That raid 21. Laura. Cool, that works. Well, hopefully everyone at least had a decent night. Thank you for joining me for some Baldur's Gate nonsense. Like I said, we'll be back tomorrow with our art shenaniganry. And admittedly, Twitch's recounting of lurkers is mildly disheartening. But, oh well, what can you do? But I'll be back tomorrow, so thank you everybody for joining. Have a good rest. Bye-bye. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.